such thing as fate for those who speed. A path at a time instead of just living it. So many things erase before they begin. Hopes and dream instead of what could have been. Fortune fades like words in the sand. Just like that, and nothing at all just seems. Nothing at all just seems. Fortune shines with 7 in hand. Back to back, make me love all that seems. Make me love all that seems. Wings in hand, speed through nights with feet in sand. 7 rings in hand, wonders all under command. 7 rings in hand, wild with just one single hand. 7 rings in hand, our hearts catch fire now. Make beliefs reborn, myths and mind rethought. Question all that's known, legends burning thought. No such thing as an arrow through dreams. Hopes may burn and but forever last to give in. Oh, so many things need a push or pull to begin. And freedom moving less another hand gets in. Oh, be it all the same, it's never the same. Just like that, just nothing at all just means. Nothing at all just means. If all as is, then it's never as is. Back to fact, make real of all that seems. Make real of all that seems. 7 rings in hand, speed through nights with feet in sand. 7 rings in hand, wonders all under command. 7 rings in hand, wild with just one single hand. 7 rings in hand, our hearts catch fire now.
All right. Oh, that's just titties. That's just titties. I forgot everything is currently set up for when I was using my slime model. So everything's just titties. There we go. Fixed it. Now it's no longer just titties. Now everything's a little closer to what it's supposed to be. Sorry about that, everybody. I'm sure there's plenty of complaints, and I would like to address them eventually. Good morning, sirs. Hello, Bonbon. How's it going? How are ya? You're missing the titties? Yeah, you missed titties. Sorry. Sorry. Said it can be titties? No, it can't.
I heard just titties.
No, you did not hear just titties.
Just titties? Where?
No just titties.
All the titty.
Not titty.
Just titty.
No. Don't read the title of the article I have to go over in a bit.
That is a very 50s way of thinking.
I mean, yeah, it is. No. Something, get back to the kitchen and don't make me a sandwich because I already made us sandwiches. And don't go back to the kitchen. Just do whatever you want to do. I'm kidding. I love you. How are you doing? Ah. Oi, oi, oi. Suris is the wife who makes the sandwich. Shut up. Ivana, thank you for resubscribing. Midnight, thank you for resubscribing. Sakura, thank you for the 100 bits. Oh my god, GG once in. This bean. This bean is desperate to get inside. Suris male wife confirmed. Axo, thank you for giving me your points for Owol. And Ivana Dragmeyer, die in a fire. I hope your children learn to hate you because you decided to pick the wrong one. Just seriously. Everything you've ever loved, everything you've ever appreciated, everything you've ever wanted in life, I hope it gets taken away from you. Oh, whoa. There, you got your fucking shit. I'm gonna let the fucking cat in. Because apparently that's a thing that I've got to do. And I guess we'll just have the 3D print cam up here. For when that finally starts. Give me just a second. Said Walmart greeter energy there? Boy, if I told you some of the jobs I've had.
Hey, babe. Want to go outside? Or you want to stay inside? Where do you want to go?
You weren't supposed to actually go to the kitchen. What? You're free from audio-only jail? Oh, dear. Oh, boy. Wait, Vice Rhino's here? Said, God damn it, man, clean your build plates. So, Rhino, ironically, the last time that I cleaned my build plate, like actually cleaned it from front to back, nothing stuck to it for like 7 prints. And that was with putting down adhesive every single time. But there. At least take off the previous print scraps. Fine. Are you happy? I have taken off there. Now I've taken off the previous print scraps. Are you happy now? Have I made you proud? Check your activity feed. I have other things to say before this. Okay. Vice Rhino has resubscribed. Why are you handing me money? Vice Rhino has resubscribed. Growlith wants to go outside. Stream's gonna go long today. It's a good thing I already let Growlith go outside. Or was that in response to me taking Growlith outside? I don't know what I'm doing anymore. I don't understand life. I don't know what's going on anymore. I'm just kind of here. Ravi, thank you very much for the 500 bits. You said I'm on a boat, and then you said other words. Lemons and Leaves, thank you for the follow. And Morbid Palace, thank you very much for the 20 bits. Now, the real question is Blizzy online? That was in response to you asking Growlith if she wanted to go outside. Gotcha. Gotcha. If I am forced into further tweets today, then I am forcing you to deal with biblical gender roles with me. You will not get a choice because, I mean, come on, look at this article. Look at the name of this article, Rhino. I didn't have a choice. I had to cover it. Look at this fucking thing. Just why?
GROWLITH wants to go outside. Stream's gonna go long today.
Wow. Blizzy doesn't know how to spell Growlith. What a weird situation.
Cheer 500, I'm on a boat. You woo bits.
Man, is there a way for me to make it to where it does not get emotes? I don't think I can. But celebrated your 10-year anniversary a year ago, and somehow I don't think it was because I was mean to her. You beat her into submission. If you hit her hard enough, she won't try to escape any longer on account of the brain damage. The healthy thing is walking away. The healthy thing is walking away. Matt Cool says, what the hell? Look at the article and tell me that's not what comes to mind immediately. Tell me. Yes, Effie, I see you're playing the Alone in the Dark remake. You solved every puzzle yourself. Am I proud of you? No. No, I am not. I am deeply disappointed in you. But I don't think anything you do can change that. Emily says, well, if you hit me long enough, I'll just call you Daddy. Seek therapy. Well, poo on you! You should eat, but you're deeply not all excited about food. I'm sorry. I made delicious food earlier today, and I feel like that makes my day infinitely better. Also, YouTube chat decided it didn't want to work. So I guess before I hop on with Rhino, I have to fix YouTube chat. I hate everything. Why can't things just work? That's all I want sometimes, is for things to just function, but they never do. Jesus. How's it going, Yakobo the Witch? Let me move this thing over here. Whoop. There we go. Yeah, nothing ever works. Every stream I feel like I've wandered into the wrong section of the internet. Why do you feel that? It's been years, Brutus. Why do you feel like you're in the wrong section of the internet? By now you should realize you're in the right place. The place is just horrible. Almost like clockwork, a girlfriend is home. See you later, everyone. See you, Kitsune Cavalier. Oh boy, and now WhatsApp will not let me actually get Zoom running with Rhino, because WhatsApp is a wonderful program that it never runs into any problems whatsoever. Linked devices. Link a device. Unlock to link a device. Oh boy. I guess I'm linking the same device I've linked every time. Opera. Fark. Why is it like this? Have you tried using the Master Sword? I just want the coordinates to your house. I just want to talk. I just want to talk. That's all. Just gonna go away. Bye! Okay, but like, seriously, what if we just egged Rhino's house? Like, all of us together, as a group. What if we did that? Now you can't get past ads because YouTube won't let you pay. Jesus, what's weird? You will send your 5 kids after me? Your 5 kids can't egg your house faster than I can egg your house with 122 viewers. You'll use Russian war tactics and sacrifice them all? Do you want to tell them that? Have you already told them that? We will convince them to join us. Said eggs are expensive. Yes, they are. Good thing I know where my chickens went. My old roommate took all my chickens with him, so I can just go there and get the eggs from the chickens that used to be mine. Chickens are egg guns? We're going to play some Banjo Kazooie later. We'll be doing some egg guns then. After we got stuff to do with Vice Rhino, we got some topics to get into, and then we're going to make Kazooie's butt an egg gun. Why did he take your chickens? Because I couldn't keep taking care of my chickens. So, I realized that I was taking on too much garbage. Sarah Johnson, thank you for redeeming your points for an owl. I was taking on way too much shit that I just didn't need to take on. Like, the benefits of the chickens are not offset by the cons of the chickens. Suris, have you printed a Pokeball? Flat one, yeah. So you had to ask someone to handle your Why are you like this? What is wrong with you? Jesus! Fuck. Jet, you would have taken some of my ticket. Jet, you're on the other side of the country. I can't hand chickens to you on the other side of the country. Raymond says there's no cons to chickens. Yes, there are. Constantly having to water them, constantly having to feed them, having to buy the feed itself, having to collect the eggs every morning, having to get outside of my house on days that I just don't have the ability to, having to make sure that their water is heated every day during the winter so it doesn't freeze over. I'm sorry. It is not enough to just get eggs out of the ordeal. Jet says mine usually don't lay until the afternoon. Right, but I collect them in the morning. Like my chickens laid throughout the day, but I would collect them in the following morning. But I don't want to deal with that. I want to just wake up and food in fridge, cook food. Zolta, thank you very much for redeeming your points for an owl. So chicken poop is good for the garden? Kwai Kitsune says, have you seen the price of eggs, though? Yeah, it's about $3.50 for 18 here. That said, I have to go fuck with a rhino now. I will be back. In the meantime, enjoy the printer.
Hello and welcome to my channel. Vice Rhino here, Suris over there. Hi, Suris.
I'm not really here, but I have an idea that I'm here, and I'm going to roll with it.
Okay, sounds good to me. So episode 100.
We forgot to do anything for it.
Well, I might have an idea of a way we can fix that.
Oh?
As a special in this episode only, everyone who sends a super chat or bits at any point during the episode for any amount, Suris does an uwu.
What? No.
No?
Hold on. My consent is necessary for that.
Is it? Should I have talked to you about this beforehand? Apparently I forgot.
Probably.
The title says 99. Oh, I forgot to change the title on Twitch.
That's because Rhino's so good at his job, he forgot that Restream has the ability to hit update all titles at once.
No, I don't do it that way because then it fucks up the one that I select from, like, because I don't set them up in Restream. I set it up on YouTube, and then I select the stream that I set up on.
Yeah, you set the stream up on YouTube, you select it on Restream, and then you hit update all titles.
Okay, but counterpoint, you have not removed your channels from my Restream, so that would also change the title of your streams.
That sounds like a skill issue. You should probably get therapy about that. Lemons and Leaves, thank you for the 25 bits.
You gotta do the uwu. Gotta
No,
do it. Gotta
that's
do it.
not. I did not consent to that.
Oh, spoil sport.
It's not spoiled anything. You don't spoil me. I don't receive any of your bits. You don't receive any of mine.
Hey, you get to look at my dumpling while I pee during streams.
You know what? You bring up a fair and valid point. Counterpoint.
Okay, I'm the one drinking. Why are you like that?
Because I have a 44-ounce thermos full of Diet Dr. Pepper.
Okay.
That's the reason why.
You're sacrificing
Silly So,
your
thank you very
ice
much for
me?
redeeming your points for an owl.
Okay.
And Liz Chris, thank you for redeeming your points for an...
Sorry. The ice
fucking
maker on our fridge doesn't make as much ice as our old ice maker used to make.
Oh.
And she likes to snack on ice. So we had a discussion beforehand, where, like, she's working on schoolwork right now, where it's like, so I can put beer in my cooler and fill it up with ice to keep it cold, or I can leave my beer in the fridge and interrupt your workflow to say, hey, can you get me a beer every now and then? Which one would you prefer? And she selected, leave it in the fridge and I'll just get it for you, because she likes her ice. But now she has apparently changed her mind, and so brought me my cooler full of beer with ice.
Have you considered getting, like, the silicone trays and just supplementing your ice production with those?
No, because the whole point of having like one of the reasons we selected the fridge that we did is that the ice maker basically takes up no room. Like you can almost not even see where it is. I guess the downside of that is that because it doesn't take up much room, there's not much ice in it. So like if too many people go for ice at the same time, you gotta wait. But it is pretty quick at making it, so
I guess that's fair.
I also don't give a fuck because the only thing I ever use ice for is this.
I guess that's understandable. I'm the type of person that uses ice for a lot of things. Like I like making smoothies. That's what I had for breakfast today.
Oh,
So
apparently we got a hype train, or am I getting your notifications again?
You didn't get it from me.
Oh, apparently I just have not been hearing my notification. Oh, yeah, so someone cheered 10 bits and gave out 5 community sub gifts. That was Lich Doctor. Thank you, Lich Doctor, for giving the sub gifts that I didn't notice until just now. And thank you, the Morbid Palace, for cheering 10 bits.
Yeah, like I have silicone trays with ice. The ice maker in my fridge doesn't work. So I have an ice maker that is on the countertop where you have to just like pour water into it and it filters it through and then does its stuff. And I use that one primarily for like making smoothies because it makes the ice that's thinner, so it's easier for the blender to blend it. But I like ice too much to be like, yeah, no, I can just handle it. I can just have less ice production. No, I can't do that. My brain just goes, no, you need the ice. You need it now.
Yeah, well. Anyway, shall we get on to our news stories?
No, but I guess we will anyway.
Oh, come on. The first one.
Is it
It's
about
wild.
LaBarbies?
It's fucking wild. LaBarbies.
Yes, LaBarbie.
Oh, well, I don't know what LaBarbie is, but okay, first off, we got to do the stories I'm not covering segment.
Deez, thank you so much.
We're not
for
covering
the
the ship that
5
hit the
gifted
bridge.
Subs.
I mean,
Holy fuck.
it might come up like related to other things, but like I'm not covering that as a main story. I think that had happened last time we streamed. I seem to recall there were a couple tweets about it.
Okay, well, let's take a look and see what
But I
we
might
have.
also, but maybe the tweets are this week and I'm just getting things mixed up. I don't remember. It's all a blur. Life is a blur. But yeah, that's not going to be a main story. I'm also not going to cover the end of the end of the world eclipse nutters, because I don't know, they're kind of funny, but they're also kind of not. Is like a shadow crossed the earth, and that means the world is ending because shade is scary.
People who don't understand how astronomy works, even in this like the tiniest degree, or otherwise have never put their hand in front of their face when like the sun is too bright.
Yeah,
They don't understand the basic mechanics of how these things work.
But I do have a time traveling correspondent that's out in the field for the eclipse. So let's quickly see what's going on there. This is Vice Rhino reporting on the scene at the eclipse. It's cloudy. Thank you, Vice Rhino.
Yay!
Were you able to hear that? Did I set it up correctly?
I was able to hear it. You set it up correctly this time.
Ooh, anonymous gifter gave out 2 more community subs, which got me to hype train level 2. And Mathematician Dragon subscribed with Prime 2 minutes ago. So thank you, Mathematician Dragon. I hope these people aren't expecting the ooh-woos from Suris, because Suris apparently said no to that.
Apparently you were here for it. What?
I don't remember that. I remember talking to you behind the scenes in between streams, and you said, yeah, sure, that sounds like an awesome idea. I will do that.
I just want to know who hurt you. I just want to know who hurt you.
Lots of people.
I can tell. I can tell. God damn it, Forever Dungeon Master! I sincerely hope everybody in your family abandons you. Fuck.
Did someone just redeem an uwu?
No. Yes. Fucking uwu. Yes, that word they did.
Yes.
God,
right.
Balls. At least the printer's coming along well.
It says, I hope that was not refunded. If you're going to be that stupid, you deserve it. Plus, the people who got it probably needed it more. What?
What? I'm confused.
Is Oh, okay. I was thinking someone who was like, "Oh, you're not doing oohs for the subs, so I want my money back from the subs. That's why I did it." It's like,
Oh.
okay. No, someone on Reddit said some lady gave a massive tip at the restaurant they work at because the rapture was coming, then demanded they be refunded when she wasn't raptured.
Oh my god. That's when you're just like, you're not actually a happy giving person. You're just kind of a piece of shit.
Progress only wants to know if it was a tactical
VTuber Chronos, thank you
loop,
so much for gifting out 5 subs.
and I kind of love that.
Yeah, that is one of the things people can redeem on my channel, but no, it wasn't that.
Ah.
DM Mortal, thank you for redeeming your points for an OWL.
So yeah, on to Louisiana House Bill 777, lucky number 7. Where are we? There we are. Louisiana House Bill 777 would criminalize librarians and libraries who join the American Library Association. So yeah, just that title sums it up, but doesn't quite get how terrible it is. So librarians are among the most trusted professionals in the states, according to several studies of parents on the perceptions of professions. Lawmakers
Jesus
across the country
Christ.
continue to infantilize and criminalize library workers. The 2024 legislative session has been particularly eager to capitalize on the rhetoric from the far right on libraries, as seen through several bills aimed at not only limiting the types of books allowed in schools and public libraries, but also in how the profession itself may operate. I should probably mention this is coming to us from bookriot.com and was originally sent to me by Fennec.
I understand that, like, a part of it is just the general anti-intellectualism on the right, because it turns out you can get more people voting for you if you put in a bunch of policies that are against people's expectations, if they are also stupid and therefore don't know how to find out about the policies you're pushing through. And so doing everything in your power to make sure that people end up less informed is in your best interest if you are that type of politician.
Yeah,
but,
no,
like,
the right wing campaigns against education everywhere they can.
yeah, it's so weird.
Like sex education? No, we can't have kids learning about consent and when to report sketchy behavior by adults, because then all of our old creepy congressmen couldn't marry their child brides.
That they probably ended up ordering from a different country, while also being anti-immigration.
I used to work with a lady who was a mail order bride in her youth.
Really?
Yes.
Jesus.
She was not a pleasant person. And I'm not sure, like, I don't know what her home life was like, so I'm not sure that I could blame her. But yeah, I've got lots of stories that I'm not going to tell because, yeah.
I've got lots of stories. Well, are you going to tell them? No.
No. Fuck you. I'm keeping them to myself.
Well, damn.
So in Utah, they passed a bill that would pull books off the shelves in school libraries if the title is pulled in any other district in the state. So like, oh, if they felt the need to pull it, then it must be worth pulling, so we'll pull it too. Which is a blatant removal of the local control that the very anti-library advocates... I can't read today. The very anti-library advocates themselves demand. So like, remember, these are like small government people who are like, everything should, as much as possible, should be done at the local level. And the idea behind that is the people at the local level are the ones that are actually living there, so they understand the situation best, so they can best do what needs to be done.
Yeah.
Except when it's stuff that they don't like, then we need to regulate it at the state and national level to make sure that like kids don't learn that gay
Rhino,
people exist.
They're not actually legislating it at the state or federal level. No. They're legislating it at the local level and then making everybody participate in other local things. See, it's very different in the way that it's completely the fucking same.
Yeah. Idaho did a similar thing. They tried to, and they were using rhetoric talking about pornography in libraries, which is very much related to the QAnon conspiracy shit. Georgia,
Yep.
that's you. No. You guys failed to pass the bad bill. So good on you, Georgia. You did a good.
Cool. I'm
So
so
like
happy.
that would have banned the American Library Association from school and public libraries statewide, and the respective funding from the nation's largest professional association for library workers, because the ALA gives out a lot of grants to libraries to run programs that are like great for the community. So if you can't be associated with the ALA, then you can't get that grant money.
Yeah.
So then it gets Louisiana continues these efforts in an ongoing move by politicians in the state to damage public libraries with House Bill 777. Was introduced by Representative Kelly Dickerson, who also helped fund the Louisiana Freedom Caucus. So that's the kind of people she is.
Yay.
So this bill would criminalize library workers and libraries for joining the American Library Association. So like not just like civil penalties, but like actually it is a criminal
You've
offense.
committed a felony because you've decided to join other librarians.
By accepting a grant to read books to kids, you've committed a crime. So the American Library Association is the largest and oldest professional organization for library workers in the nation. Now, this story kind of hits close to home for me. My father was the head of the reference department of a Niagara Falls library, and he has his master's in library science. So like libraries and books and everything like this shit is important to me. So naturally, I put on the goofy hat because someone redeemed a hat thing to show how seriously I take this. Yeah, it was founded in 1876, and this Twitter thread that we're not going to look at is a fantastic resource on the history and purpose of organization.
Can we agree on something real quick? That if you are a police officer and you are tasked with serving the warrant or doing the arrest for somebody who joins the library association, that you are actually proving every single person who says ACAB unironically. You're proving those people right when you're like, well, I guess I have to serve this order. I guess it's my job. No. If enough police officers look at that and go, huh, that's stupid, I'm not fucking doing that, guess what? Nobody gets arrested for this dumb shit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but that'll affect my job. What are they going to do? Arrest you? Then looks like you found the other bad apples, my guy.
They can fucking kill people on the job with no consequences, and they're worried about not arresting the librarians for being a member of a library association. Reploid 404 says, you look like the Puritan pilgrim that you hate. LOL. Only needs a belt around the bottom. Love you, Rhino. This is my Gandalf. Well, this is actually my kid's Gandalf hat. He was Gandalf for Halloween. Yeah, not this past Halloween, but the one before that, I think. Might have been the one before that. I'm not sure. But he was Gandalf at some point. This is his hat.
Rand the Fool says, you don't have to. You can literally say no. Yeah, but then another police officer takes the case and then does it again. What I'm saying is it literally requires each police officer who looks at that warrant to go, this is stupid, and I don't have the crayons to explain why this is stupid. It can't just be one officer going, no, and I'm going to take a stand. No, it literally has to be each one that would possibly take it.
Lesson Lucid says, CSI Library Police. So now I'm picturing them like, we went through the bank records, and what did we find? We found a charge to the American Library Association.
Rand says, enough saying it's stupid, we'll do something. Yes, Rand the Fool, thank you for restating what I said. That's why I said that. It takes that much.
So this is a short bill. Let's read the text of the bill. Well, it would amend the law with this text. So HB 777 text reads, no public official or employee shall appropriate, allocate, reimburse, or otherwise in any way expend public funds to or with the American Library Association or its successor. No public employee shall request or receive reimbursement or remuneration in any form from continuing God damn it. Or remuneration in any form for continuing education or for attending a conference if the continuing education or conference was sponsored by, conducted in whole or in part by the American Library Association or its successor. And yeah, those are the two stipulations. So you can't give them money and you can't accept money from them.
I guess you just get to starve.
So the headline here was that librarians, it's criminal for them to join the ALA. If they pay their dues themselves, which, let's be clear, sometimes when you're hired by a library, one of the perks is that they will pay for your membership in something like the ALA. So like that's now out the window. They can't do that. So you can in theory still do that with your own personal funds and become a member of the ALA. However, as we saw with the Fani Willis and her potentially inappropriate relationship with Nathan Wade, because he was employed, like he was a public, not prosecutor, but like he was employed by the government. He was a lawyer that was employed by the government to do what he did. And then they took vacations. And one of the arguments that Trump's legal team made was, since he is a public employee, when he takes those vacations on his own personal dime, because he's paid by the government, that is actually public funds. Now, that got, I'm pretty sure that was just kind of laughed off. Like, no, that's not the argument here. Like, yeah, it might have been an inappropriate relationship, but we're not pretending that that's public funds. But, you know, you get another Trump term, he gets enough Eileen Cannons in the court system, and suddenly that becomes a viable argument. So, strictly speaking, it's not criminalized joining the ALA if you're paying for it yourself. But you can't like take a continuing education course and be reimbursed for that. You can't go to a conference and be reimbursed for that. You can't, your library cannot give funds to the ALA for anything. And C is the punishment section. So this is where it gets fun and just goes completely batshit off the rails crazy. Whoever violates this section shall be fined not more than $1,000 or be imprisoned with or without hard labor for not more than 2 years or both. So potentially, the punishment for being a librarian who gets reimbursed for a continuing education course is to be sentenced to 2 years of hard labor and fined $1,000.
You like books. Get on the ground.
So this is what I was doing just before the stream. I was like so proud of myself for figuring out how to do this. I can edit the HTML of the site to like insert my own images into it, so I don't have to awkwardly like bring up memes that I've made. So I made a meme and put it in the article. So we've got this screenshot from Les Miserables. What are you in for? I joined the American Library Association.
Yeah.
So,
I paid my dues in the equivalent of a library union.
Not the cleverest of memes, but I managed to insert it into the webpage and made it look like it belongs there. So yeah, since the rise of book banning in early 2021, the ALA has been at the receiving end of criticism from right-wing politicians and organizations, despite no such similar pushback towards similar organizations for other professionals.
That's just fantastic. Now, I wonder how they feel about police unions with all of the violence that has happened with their... Like, that's the actual question. Like, what crimes has the Library Association committed that we are trying to effectively defund them by criminalizing involvement with them? Like, what have they done that is so heinous?
They've allowed libraries to have books that include LGBTQ people.
It's a public library, though.
Yeah.
It has everything from, like...
This is
everything's there.
This is the party of small government who wants to keep the government out of your business.
33,
the government doesn't have
I guess
any
I'm
right
now a
to
Mason.
do whatever. Unless it's something I don't like, then suddenly the government can burn your books or whatever.
Jesus.
Yeah, so librarians are, like, they're trying to get librarians to lose their place as experts in their field with the skills, knowledge, and passion for helping connect people to vetted, accurate, verifiable information. That was literally my father's job. And they're trying to criminalize that.
It is literally from top to bottom just a way to criminalize education. That's what it is. Yeah. Like, if you wanted to go be an autodidact, you wanted to go learn about a thing, you can either do that completely unsupervised on the internet where nobody can show you that you're sourcing something wrong or you're getting your information from a bunk site.
Mm-hmm.
Or you can, I don't know, go to fucking jail for trying to do it in the library. And I know there's going to be that one weird person who says who goes to libraries anymore or something like that in the comment section, but I'm just sorry.
Jess is redeeming a hydrate.
You should probably do that then. Do we actually want to live in that world? Like, do we actually want to live in the world where we don't have access to these things?
No.
Because I'd prefer it, like, even if I don't use these all the time, I'd rather live in a world where we have access to them. I don't personally need to make use of this thing to want it to exist.
You know what my kids mainly use the library for?
Hmm.
A loophole of getting out of being grounded.
Oh?
So when I ground them, it's like, it's not anything big. It's like I'll ground them from screens, video games, or whatever. Generally speaking, like if they're gonna go somewhere and hang out with friends or like go to the park or whatever, it's like, no, that's outside healthy stuff, whatever. I'm not gonna take that away as a punishment. But like video games, take away the video games, take away the TV, whatever. They will then come to me and think they're being clever and be like, can I go to the library, which has computers that I can play games on? And I will usually say yes. Because like the library is like a 20-minute walk from the house. Like, yeah, you're kind of getting out of being grounded by going somewhere to play video games, but like you got at least 40 minutes of walking and like outdoor fresh air exercise sort of stuff before that happens. So it's like, okay, if you're willing to work that hard for it, sure, why not? Like, I know it's not that hard, but still.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. So then they say more, though, by criminalizing the library's use of taxpayer money to be members of the ALA. This bill ends up harming those very same taxpayers by removing access to grants, funds, and educational opportunities that benefit them via these libraries. It's what I was saying about how like they will fund educational programs. They give grants to libraries to do educational shit. They have probably given grants to fund a drag queen story hour, and that's another reason why they hate them.
Yeah.
So, but there are also opportunities for library workers to be a part of the process in selecting the best books annually. So like they want, sorry, we got Naram says libraries are an important resource for getting rare books, not online/research, and the poor who can't otherwise afford media and probably more. Yeah, no, that's something I've done on occasion is used. I will every now and then, if a paper that I need to read is not available on Sci-Hub, which is totally not a piracy site that I don't use, I will like text my dad and be like, hey, do you have access to this paper? And usually the answer is yes. Hasn't been necessary recently because my partner is in university where she needs to read papers and shit. So she's got a university access to most shit too. So, but yeah, no, that's one of the things you can do at the library is be like, hey, I'd like to read this research paper. It's behind a paywall. Do you have access to this? Can I get it? And usually the answer will be yes in some way.
Or if you're doing a project that requires you to look at like old newspaper clippings, a lot of times they'll have an archive of that.
Yeah. You can get out the microfiche.
Like,
there's so much that you can do at the library.
Also, it's a very good neutral public meeting ground. So like if when I was in high school, when we had group projects that required us to do stuff outside of school hours, we would go to a public library and we would meet up at the library in order to, troubleshoot, discuss, do our meetings, do everything we needed to do for the group project. And that was a very common thing that we would do anytime there was a group project that we needed to take care of. A couple of us would bring a laptop and just make sure that we could get everything taken care of there at the library. Like, it's just a very, very good location for you to get stuff done in.
Having a librarian father did make research essays pretty easy for me when I was a kid. So like I would just like write my essay using Wikipedia as the source and then like call my dad at work and be like, hey, I need like 6 books on this topic. And he'd bring them home and I'd just find places where the citations fit. Good times. So yeah, the library workers select which books go in the libraries, and if these communities want actual representation in that selection process, they should probably let the library workers join the ALA so that they can like actually have a voice in that. Because if they don't, then they just get like whatever random books. But like they're undermining their own representation here. Membership in the ALA means that individuals and institutions have the chance to take a variety of professional development courses to ensure their work is aligned with the standards of the profession more broadly, including ensuring that it remains a space of democracy, inquiry, and access. So like, yeah, as like library science is a real thing. and it does progress. And librarians need to learn the new stuff so that they can keep up with the changes. So if you take that away from them, your library is going to be like you're gonna end up with a library that you can only look up where books are with the card drawers things instead of having a computerized system.
Yay. It's great. Jinx is saying Suris is muted, I think. No, there's another person talking. That's... What?
Fendick is asking if I told my dad about this article. No, not yet. I definitely will be discussing it with him. So then it says Dickerson and her ilk are eager to destroy and dismantle public schools, public and school libraries. By attempting to find libraries and library workers, they make keeping Louisiana libraries aligned with the best of the best impossible, and they make keeping Louisiana libraries aligned with the best of the best impossible, and instead create these institutions in their own image, which is ignorance, basically. Yeah, that image is one where the library doesn't exist to serve an entire community, but to serve a specific demographic that may or may not live in those communities. The white people. You can just say white people. It's for heterosexual, cis, white people who are afraid of minorities.
Yeah, it turns out that when you make something public access and publicly accessible, everybody tends to utilize it, especially if that public access thing tends to be in, say, a neighborhood that may or may not line up with certain red line demographics of the 50s.
Yep. Well, talking about redlining is woke, Suris. Don't you know that?
Yeah, apparently.
We don't
I'm
want to
sorry.
be part of the woke mob.
I'm sorry, I forgot that.
We don't want to be part of the woke mob.
Oh God, then
Get
you
your
just
tinfoil hats out.
Why? Why?
Fennec says cishet white men. Yes, particularly men.
Like, look,
why? Because Jassa is in my chat.
And asked you to. Did they do the redeem for the hat switch?
They did the redeem for the hats. Yes.
Ah.
It's Jassa and Dark Excalibur who are doing the hats tonight. So yeah, then they point out that, you know, how ridiculous it is that a librarian could be sentenced to hard labor for joining a librarian organization.
Yeah.
So the bill would also potentially kill one of the largest graduate school programs in the state of Louisiana, which is Louisiana State's University Masters of Library and Information Science program. That's the program my dad did, not the one in Louisiana. I think he actually got his master's in Buffalo, if I recall correctly.
The tinfoil hat blocks the radio waves the government uses to spy on you.
Yeah, but yeah, it does. It sure does. But yeah, the ALA is part of the accreditation. I'm never sure what word that.
I always just say accreditation.
Accreditation.
Or
the program is
accrediting.
accredited by the ALA. So yeah, the ALA is a part of the process by which these schools can be accredited for that. So if you can't take, like, if taking money from the ALA or giving money to the ALA becomes a crime punishable by hard labor, you can't have an accredited program for that anymore.
I want to ask the politician who drafted this modification to that bill. I want to ask them, what the fuck were they smoking? That just... And I feel like it would be a fair question to ask.
Yeah, so this is where the article gets into... My highlights got a little wonky here. I'm not sure why. Whatever. I don't care. But it says, like, even if the bill is limited to only the use of tax money to support membership or attendance or enrollment in the ALA-sponsored professional development things, take a moment to look into whether or not police, fire, or other public entities are subject to similar legislation in Louisiana or elsewhere. The answer is no, they're not.
It's just the libraries?
You can join the police union, you can join police organizations, fire organizations, whatever. And the government doesn't.
You can
have a
join
say
the
in that.
Freemasons, and nobody's going to look at you the same way that they look at you for joining a library association.
I imagine you're not going to have the police department or fire department covering all or part of your dues for that. Yeah. So apparently, according to U.S. News, Louisiana is ranked 41 out of 50 in K through 12 and 49 out of 50 in higher ed.
And after
So-
this, they will continue to be like that.
Yep. This ain't gonna help. I also like the person who introduced this bill. I looked into like on the Louisiana like legislation sites. I looked into other bills that she's co-sponsored, and aside from like boring procedural shit, it's all the stuff you would think of, like Louisiana's ban trans people from bathroom thing. She was a co-sponsor on that one. And yeah, bunch of shit like that where it's exactly what you would expect. So yeah, if you live in Louisiana, you can contact your representatives as soon as possible. I've only got about 100 viewers on my end, so I don't know how many of you are in Louisiana, but I am going to post some links in the chat. So that is so the first link is what's it called?
Erotimus says
One of those things that you signed a petition. That's the word, petition. One of those is that the first link that I sent is a petition that you can sign to let them know. And then that one is the contact your rep thing. But also if you go to, let's see, where
Erotimus says the feeling when you make a has-been reference and Suris misses it. It's not that I missed it. It's that
did I
there's
make a has-been reference accidentally?
No, Erotimus did, and I didn't immediately comment on it. But I didn't immediately comment on it because there's another person in the stream who's also talking using his mouth words. But yes, I did get your quote.
Okay. You can interrupt me. I do it to you often enough.
That's fair. Banks are a scam from the shadow government.
That was a has-been hotel reference?
Yeah, it's from one of the later episodes.
I've seen them all now.
They say stupid shit all the time.
Oh, yes. Yes, okay.
Banks are a scam from the shadow government. See?
Okay. Can I just say that so I've always kind of had an affinity for like the meme thing where something gets called a boy with BOI at the end. And so it made me laugh when I was looking up the voice of the bartender, the cat guy.
Husker.
Yes. When I was looking up his voice, because he's also Bolo in Final Space, and I recognize his voice, but
he's also the Arbiter in Halo. And the president in Rick and Morty.
Okay, yeah, he's a lot of things, okay?
Yeah.
But Final Space is where I knew him from. But when I went to look him up, I saw the Egg Boys were actually like Egg BOI, and I was like, oh, love it. That's great. Let's see. Someone actually linked to, there we go. I'm going to send the link to the actual legislation because on the summary section, so that's the actual legislation on the Louisiana bill tracking website, like the official one or whatever. And it's got a comment section. So you'll see I am the only person to have commented on this, where I say, wow, 2 years of hard labor for getting reimbursed for attending a continuing education class. The party of limited government intervention is at it again.
Jesus Christ.
So feel free to go to that one and
push the comment to the top as well. Add your comment and then add
your comments to how ridiculous this fucking bill is. Not that that's really going to do much, but like it would be satisfying to me that when everybody who feels the need to actually look up this bill looks it up, they see a flurry of comments from people making fun of how fucking stupid it is.
Also, Cathode RayTube says, why can you do that so well? Wait, do what? Like the egg voices or Serpentius's voice?
Serpentius. You that was a spot on Serpentius. I should have commented on that.
Look, I had to begin my day doing voiceover work that I completely was not able to do yesterday because I was too busy doing construction yesterday. Everything hurts, but there's a wall demolished in my house now, and there's
wait a minute.
Glue on the floor.
I'm sending the link again because apparently I only sent it to the Twitch chat. I didn't send it to the YouTube chat. And I might need to send the other ones too, so I'm going to send the other ones as well.
No, yeah, Keith Davids
So
does a ton of voice.
That one is the petition, and that one is the contact your reps.
Fritz says the voice acting classes are paying off, but it wasn't voice acting classes, it was singing classes. It's just also a transferable skill.
Yeah. Okay, so next up, as I give you guys a few seconds to all go comment on the bill with the first link that I provided. So just gonna wait a second, let everybody click. Okay. Next, now that you've all done that, and there are going to be like 50 comments on that. Now, Fennec says I remembered how to pin things. Yay! Or are you a mod over there, Fennec? I hope you're a mod over there, and you actually.
Fennec's a mod on your channel.
Okay, there we go. Because I don't like I know how to pin things, but I don't have the actual Twitch chat open. I just have like other things accessing the Twitch chat, and I don't have the ability to pin.
My name is Bucket says.
It says yes, you made me one. Damn it. Yes.
Says Keith David's best voice acting role was probably Spawn. I don't know the line in Halo where the Prophet of Truth goes, "I am the voice of the Covenant," and then fucking Keith Davids goes, "Then you must be silenced." It's just like, oh, that's great.
So Satan in Has-Been Hotel, when he showed up, I was like, I kind of recognize his voice too. Looked him up on IMDb. I didn't look at everything that he's in, so I'm sure there's something else that I recognize him from. But the first thing that I saw that I'm like, oh yeah, I've seen that, was he plays Octo in Super Kitties, which is something that the 4-year-old and the 6-year-old in my house. It's a really, really terrible kids show that is absolutely painful to watch. That I never like. They haven't watched it in a while, and I hope they never remember that it fucking exists.
Now you've said it, so they're gonna remember.
No, I have not said it where they can hear me. So
Jesus.
If they remember, then I'll be like, hey, there are new episodes of Bluey. Let's go watch those.
See, now I'm gonna be stuck. Okay, so I love that 2/3 of the song Hell's Greatest Dad is good.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, I clicked on a link when I meant to click on a on the super chat. So Balthazar 228 sent $10, says, how can there be libertarians if libertaries don't exist?
Libertaries?
Libertaries. Going down to the Libertary to check me out some books.
Some box. You gotta just you have to misspell everything, but then say it phonetically. Go and check out some box.
Sakura says, are you sure they're not watching your stream? If they are watching my stream, I've got bigger problems than them remembering Super Kitties exists.
I want to watch Dad go to work.
Right now, if they're watching my stream, they are with their father, which means that he watches my streams, which means I'm probably in trouble for things that I've said about him on stream because he's a fucking asshole.
Well,
he's a dipshit.
Then you're not in trouble.
Well,
because he has no power here.
So I don't think I've shared anything that I'm not legally supposed to share, but there are certain things that, like, because it's in the court system, I am not allowed to talk about them publicly. In fact, I'm probably not even supposed to know about them because it's not technically me. So it is possible that I have accidentally said things that I shouldn't have said on stream. So if he watches my streams, I might be in trouble.
And I'm so happy that everybody in my chat right now is unanimous in their hatred for Mimsy and Has-Been. She really did ruin that song.
Which one is Mimsy?
Mimsy is the one that begins in Hell's Greatest Dad going, "It's me, it's me."
Oh, yeah. Okay. She's the one that shows up when she needs what's-his-face to fix things for her.
Yeah, she only ever goes to Alistair when she's fucked something up. And I hate her. I hate everything.
I feel like you're
about
supposed to hate her.
Oh, I know.
I feel like you're supposed to.
I know I'm supposed to hate her. They did a good job making me despise her. But I hate her more, not for her place in the story. I hate her more because I have to cut off Hell's Greatest Dad in the last third of the song every time I'm listening to it because of her fucking intrusion. That's why. Because I love that song so much. And then she shows up, and I know I can't.
Oh, there's still only one comment on the bill. Come on, guys. Go comment on the bill. See how fucking stupid it is. Okay. As lawmakers debate border, immigrants set to add $7 trillion to the economy. So this is this is an older story. It's from February 7th from Huffington Post. And then if I scroll down just a little bit, we'll see that it's loading, error loading. So it's an older story, but I figured like they're always on about the border and how scary it is that people are coming to the States. Meanwhile, like, okay, in my opinion, the number one reason you let people into your country is for humanist reasons. It would just be cruel to turn them away. Just let them into, like, let the people live. Like, just leave them be. It's fine. Like, I actually would be okay with open borders. Like,
Okay.
you know, like maybe not like open, like free for all. Anybody
Like,
just comes
make
and
sure
opens,
that there's
but, like,
make sure there's a process where you can be like, this person
Yeah.
came in recently, so if they do something stupid, we know that they're here.
I mean, even that might be a bit much, but like, I don't know. I don't have a problem with immigration. I just don't.
Okay.
I can't even conceptualize the problem. Like people say like, oh, the immigrants are criminals. Like, okay, well, statistically they commit less crime than natural born citizens. And then the children of immigrants commit about the same amount of crime as natural born citizens. So
I know.
it seems like being born in the States makes you more likely to be a criminal than immigrating to the States.
Well, and
So-
just about every argument that you can, about every argument somebody can bring about like drug cartels, gun cartels, everything like that, we manufacture enough of that shit in the States anyway that there's nothing unique about the border and the people coming across it. It like is
I
it
can't
is
hear
it
you at the moment.
that's entirely fair.
Ugh, my crooked squid. Yeah, no, like I don't like borders are like the only thing that I would agree with libertarians on, in that like they're kind of arbitrary and like people need to live somewhere. Oh, God, this stupid fucking hat. I hope you're not saying anything terribly profound while I'm adjusting my hat.
No, I wasn't saying anything terribly profound.
Fennec says I can turn the hats off if it's an issue.
Just
No, if it was an issue, I would have turned it off myself. I think it's funny. Ideally, I love the idea that like someone is watching the edited down version of these videos where like I cut out our tangents and put them in their own separate video. So like I'll be talking completely seriously about something and then suddenly I'm still talking completely seriously about this thing, but
And the
like
hat's there.
wearing this. So yeah, no, I don't need it turned off. I think it's funny. But like, nope, that's not what I meant to do. But, yeah, so like from a humanist perspective, I'm just like, let people live. Just leave them be. I don't see the problem with immigration. I just don't. And if you disagree with me, if you think the humanist perspective is not adequate for whatever reason, like just treating people as human beings is for some reason not enough to like alter how you treat people at the border, just look at the fact that like if you're going to be cold and callous about it, immigrants are just fucking good for the economy. Oh,
Yeah,
I'm being asked
from a
if the
pure-
pipe is real. Yeah,
From
so
a per
this
number perspective.
this is a real pipe. I bought it for a gag where like I actually like dipped it in like bubble things, and when I blew in it, it like blew bubbles out there. But it is technically a real pipe. I could smoke it if I want to, but I don't even know how to. So
Fair.
so yeah, back to immigration.
I like how this much conversation has stemmed from the title.
Well, I mean, immigrants are just good for the economy. Like, even if you're going to be cold and callous and be like, oh, well, we shouldn't let them in just out of the goodness of our hearts and recognizing that they're human beings that deserve dignity, you can still let them in because they're good for the economy. Oh, I've lost my highlights. Sometimes I have to refresh because the highlights just go away randomly. There we go. So, yeah, this article was written just after the Senate Republicans killed a border security bill on Wednesday because they said it wasn't tough enough. And while they did that, Congress' own economists said that immigration is set to add trillions of dollars to the U.S. economy over the next decade.
Damn.
So the finding echoes other economists who say the surge in immigration may have already provided another benefit to the economy by helping it avoid a recession, even as the Federal Reserve hiked interest rates sharply in 2023. Yeah, so the economy through 2033 was projected to be bigger than previously thought because of the numbers of workers in the labor force would be greater. So more workers doing jobs.
Michelin Gannon says immigration is a great way to bring more workers, which means more labor. Yeah, see, that's the reason why it's a good idea to get rid of a lot of the criminalization where immigration is concerned. Because what this funny thing happens where, like, in the construction industry, if somebody is an undocumented worker and they go to work in construction, there's a several $1,000 fine that can be levied towards the employer if one of the workers is found out to be an undocumented worker. Now, why does that fine exist? Fuck if I know. That's really fucking stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what is it meant to do other than extort money from a person?
Yeah, there are issues with looking at it from an economic perspective because, like, a lot of this is based around the whole, like, immigrants do the jobs that Americans don't want to do. So, like, they're being exploited for their labor is what's happening, which is fucking ridiculous, and it's got all sorts of issues with it. Like, they deserve the same protections that citizens get. But whatever, I don't know. That's a related issue, but, like, I don't know. I just feel like it would be better for everybody if you just let the people that are illegal immigrants in the country just be legal.
Yeah.
Yeah, so CBO director Philip Swagel told reporters that the economy through 2033 was projected to be bigger than previously thought because the number of workers in the labor force would be greater. I feel like I just read that, so I will move on. So yeah, the labor force in 2033 is larger by 5.2 million people than previously expected, mostly because of higher net immigration. More workers means more output, and that in turn leads to additional tax revenue. So this is another thing, is that, like, illegal immigrants pay taxes. Legal immigrants pay taxes. You let people into your country, they get a job, they work, they pay taxes. That's a good thing. Like, they're not leeching off the system, they're contributing to the system. And I don't know if this is still true. I don't remember where I read it, so take this with a grain of salt, but I seem to recall reading that illegal immigrants actually pay more in taxes than citizens do.
Is it because they can't get things like returns anywhere near as easy?
Yeah, probably.
Like, that's the only reason I could see that.
Probably, but I feel like the IRS is separate from immigration stuff because, like, there's a lot, like, there's a line that you can fill out on your tax return where it's like, enter an amount here for, like, money that you received from your illegal activities. So, like, as long as you declare that you're receiving income from your illegal activities, the IRS is going to leave you alone, and they're not going to pass that information on to law enforcement. So, like, I could see how, like, an illegal immigrant would, like, still be paying taxes because the IRS wants to fucking get theirs.
I can't conceive of the type of person, though, who, when doing their taxes, looks at a box that says, how much did you make from illegal activities, and is honest on it.
That's not the wording on the box. I don't know. You're an American. You do American taxes more than I do. I just, like, this is a thing that I read sometime, so I might be wrong on that.
So you think I do my tax? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I have been sitting on my TurboTax page for the past, like, 2 weeks because I'm scared to do them.
I have this whole bin of papers is receipts that I have not yet scanned that I need to put in my taxes. And I think in Canada, like, I should know this, but our due date's not April 15th. I think it's April 30th. I could be wrong on that. If I'm wrong on that, then I'm fucking screwed because it's the 10th and I haven't started yet. I might just this year do a scan all my receipts and pay like $600 to an accountant to be like, hey, just do this for me.
Yeah, my thing is I don't have any of the physical receipts. I have to go into PayPal and look at the transaction history.
Well, most of that is medical receipts.
Oh, so yeah, no, I have to. So I have to go in and find every time like me and Saki have gone out to lunch and talked about work because we're both streamers. Anytime that I went out with anybody, whenever I've been out at like conventions, because that's all networking. Every Magic the Gathering card because of the MTG channel, and it's just too much, too many thing.
So Progress Only is saying don't pay for TurboTax. Cash App taxes is free for everything. Does that include businesses? Because like my understanding is that like in Canada, TurboTax is free if you have a simple tax return where you just input your
TurboTax costs about $180 if you have a 1099. And since I have 3 1099s,
your pricing structure is different than ours because ours is just like if you're just an employee and you only have like employment income, it's free. But like if you have a business, it's this cost, and if you have a corporation, it's this cost, and like.
No, ours is if you have like one 1099, it's like $70, and it's like 130 to 180 or so if you have more. And since I have to input 3 1099s, I've got to input the one from Twitch, the one from Patreon, and the one from YouTube. So
Progress Only says it is my wife files a Schedule C. I don't know what a Schedule C is. Anyway, back to the article. As a result of those changes in the labor force, we estimate that from 2023 to 2034, GDP will be greater by about $7 trillion, and revenues will be greater by about $1 trillion than they would have been without the immigrants. So over that period, the U.S. economic output is expected to be about $352 trillion, according to CBO. So that means that immigration accounts for about 2% of the U.S. economic output in that time period, which is simultaneously not enough that if you are one of these conspiracy nut jobs who believes in the Great Replacement Theory, that's not something you need to worry about because it's 2%. That's not a lot. But at the same time,
you don't understand. It's 2%, but it's exponential.
2%, well, 2% of $352 trillion is a fuck ton of, like, $7 trillion. Like, that's more money than fucking Elon Musk has. You add Elon Musk to Jeff Bezos, that's more money than they both have. Like, that's a shit ton of money.
Yeah.
But like, I don't know. And this is one of those things where like you shouldn't really discount this, and like letting immigrants into the country, good for the economy.
But see, that requires looking at numbers.
Almost as much money as Elon lost on Twitter.
That requires looking at numbers and understanding what those numbers mean. And Vice, that's just complicated.
It is.
That's just complicated.
Republicans have sought to tie the issues together after previously balking at the approved. Oh yeah, so one of the border bills had bundled in with it support for Ukraine. So the final bill negotiated by Senators James Lankford, Chris Murphy, and Kristen Sinema. Fuck Kristen Sinema.
Looks like it was rejected as insufficient after Donald Trump pressed them to kill. Oh, so this is a person who's not in power and should have no influence over our politics anymore, still having influence over our politics. That is fantastic.
So someone sent a super chat, and I got the notification for it, but I'm not seeing it in my chat. So I'm sorry for not reading it out. I'm sure it'll show up eventually, and I will read it when that happens. But yeah, no, Trump is influencing policy even while he has effectively no power. Well, ostensibly no power is the word I was looking for.
Loki says, can we make it a law that the only thing that goes into a bill should be directly related? Yeah, that's what France does.
Yeah,
I would like that too here. I would like the elimination of pig fat. That would be cool.
Yeah, that would be nice. Oh, there's 2 comments on the bill now. Scott Dillahunt was the second comment. Thank you, Scott.
I'm going to run to the restroom real quick.
Okay, you do that. I will try and look up the, apparently it was a Stream Elements donation. So I should log into Stream Elements to figure that out. I thought it said Super Chat. But hey, what do I know? stuff now. Activity feed. Nothing. Because I logged into the wrong account, apparently. Oh, I love this. This is so much fun. Just logging into my Stream Elements account so I can see whether or not someone sent me money. Remind me later. I'm sure that's important. Yeah, it's not really saying anything. The last thing was Eve the Succubus subscribed. Oh wait, is this... Is it my Twitch or my YouTube? I don't know. Ugh. It's so fucking confusing. Okay, well, I just got an email that somebody sent me something in PayPal. So I assume that was a Stream Elements thing. Okay, let's try Twitch. And that's a hydrate. So now you're making me drink. Oh, yeah, there we go. $20 from one tip. Activity feed. It was Saki Tanuki says the fact that we could have return free filing, but TurboTax and H&R Block lobbied to make that impossible is a national tragedy. Okay, that was worth digging in for. But yeah, the tax system is difficult on purpose, specifically so that the companies that do people's income tax returns can make money off of doing it for them, because like it could just be an automatic thing that happens for most people.
I lived, bitch.
Oh, good. Yeah, no, because employment income tax stuff is so simple, it would be super duper easy for income tax refunds to just be an automatic thing that happens that you don't need to file, unless you like own a business or something. So, yeah, that would be ideal, but it don't happen.
It'd be ideal if tax companies didn't lobby to overcomplicate taxes.
Yeah, that's what the $20 super chat thing was.
Ah,
so I found it eventually. So yeah, on top of everything, allowing immigrants into the country provides a needed pressure release for an economy at or close to full employment. So the unemployment rate has been below 4% for 24 straight months through January. That's not because companies don't want to hire workers. Or it's not because everybody... It's not because there aren't enough jobs or whatever. Like companies, if they could hire more people, they would. So if you add immigrants into the mix, there's more people to hire, so companies can expand, and that is better for the economy. Strong immigration has supported labor supply, which means given the strong demand for labor, that the economy can grow more strongly without generating inflationary pressures. So that's another thing. Allowing immigration helps fight inflation. Oh, we got a new hats off person. This is Liz Kriz.
and all of that information will be summarily ignored by anybody who's writing a law about it.
Got my fascinator. There, yeah.
Aw, you're so fancy.
So fancy. My partner actually got mad at me the first time I put this on. She, like, it was when we were going, I don't know, we went to the theater or something. God damn it. She's gonna be so happy to see me struggle. There we go. That's good enough. But like, yeah, we went to the theater or something. She had a fascinator, and I jokingly just threw it on my head, and she got so mad at me because I had positioned it absolutely perfectly on my first try just by like randomly throwing it in. Whereas like before we had gone to the theater, she was like trying for like 5-10 minutes to get it positioned just right, just like I was just struggling with it now. So it was very frustrating to her that I was able to just go yoop and it was perfect.
It's just made for you.
Yeah. So yeah, strong immigration lowers inflation, so that's a good thing. The influx of immigrants would also boost the size of the so-called prime age labor force, workers from age 25 to 54. But it also said it would be expected to decrease wages in low-paid occupations and slow productivity growth as capital would be divided among more workers. So that's where the exploitation thing kind of comes in, where it fucking sucks that the jobs that immigrants get are all the hard labor jobs that are extra dangerous that Americans just don't want to do. Like they end up getting exploited in those jobs. I would like to see protections for them in those jobs.
That first requires us to be able to talk about those jobs in a legal way without people having to worry about thousands of dollars in fines.
Yeah.
Like
Good
a
way to
lot of
do
this
that
stuff
would be-
a lot of this stuff is way easier in the world where we can actually deal with it. This is like when do you remember when California stopped making it a felony to knowingly give AIDS to another person? They instead turned it to a misdemeanor.
No, I don't remember that.
Okay, so California changed it from a felony to a misdemeanor to knowingly knowingly transfer AIDS from one person to another. The reason that it was a felony to begin with is they were worried about people, going, I have AIDS, I'm going to seek revenge on the world, I'm going to go fuck a bunch of people, and then suddenly they've got AIDS. But what they found was happening was that people refused to go get tested because the way the law was worded, you had to know that you had it. So this funny thing happens. When you keep certain things illegal and keep certain punishments on things that are currently illegal, you make it impossible to tackle other issues that are related to it. So, like, you can't tackle protections for workers who are in here and are either, like, haven't quite gotten a visa or anything like that yet. You can't tackle protections for them yet until you've settled the problem of making it easier for them to immigrate here in the first place. Because with California, they found, these people are unable to go get tested because getting tested means that they know, and if they know, they spread AIDS more often. And now, by creating this law, we've actually we've actually increased the spread of AIDS in the state.
We've incentivized the spreading of AIDS. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Balthazar 228 says, as Esteban Colbert once said, even the invisible hand of the free market isn't willing to pick beans, in his testimony before Congress. Yeah. That's seems accurate.
But
also, like, I've been listening to Opening Arguments again, legal podcast. Thomas Smith, we interviewed him a couple weeks ago. His co-host is actually an immigration lawyer, and so they will often talk about stuff like this, about how, like, there are lots of immigrants out there who they are in a status limbo sort of thing, where, like, they're allowed to stay in the country, but they're not allowed to work. It's like, okay, what do you expect them to do? What, like, are they supposed to just be independently wealthy? It's ridiculous. So, yeah. When combined with the surge in productivity growth, this supply-side expansion permitted inflation pressures to ease without a dramatic loss in output growth. So there you have it. The way to solve an inflation crisis is to endure an immigration crisis, which I would argue isn't even a crisis. Is just people looking for a better life, and we should let them have it.
Cybershield in Mad Chat said that it's apparently now illegal to buy a homeless person a meal in Georgia, at least without a at least is what their parents tell them. Cyberchill, this is one of those weird situations where your parents are actually correct. In Atlanta, police officers, if you are handing out meals to the homeless, police officers will ticket you if you do not have a proper permit.
That's fucking ridiculous.
Yep.
Then they say, of course, one can run the experiment in reverse, as would presidential candidate Trump, and cut off immigration, he added. The result would be much, much slower labor force growth and a return to the sharp trade-off between inflation pressures and the outlook for growth. So, like, you know how everybody's complaining that, like, oh, Biden is causing inflation? It's like, yeah, well, Trump wants to cut off immigration. Immigration curbs inflation. So, like, it would get worse under Trump. And remember, this is just from the cold-hearted, I only care about economic performance standpoint. So,
So
like,
you mean the only
as-
argument that would appeal to these people?
as dry pussy aficionado Ben Shapiro likes to say, facts don't care about your feelings, and the facts are that immigration is good for the economy.
Rainey
And if
says, I
you're-
bet you can sell food without a permit? No, you can't do that.
If you're a humanist, then like the fact is that it's better for these people to not send them back to a country where they'll likely be murdered. It's like people don't make the journey here on foot in the caravans that Fox News fearmongers about because they just like want to come here to commit crimes. They make that journey because they are desperate and want a better life. And again, facts don't care about your feelings. Immigrants commit less crimes than native-born citizens. Like per capita, like this is adjusting by population size. Per capita, immigrants commit fewer crimes than citizens. So just fucking let them in.
Jinx
And,
said that they would fight the tickets all the way up to the Supreme Court if you had the money to do so, and the time,
Mhm.
and the spoons.
Yeah,
That's
that is
the issue.
not a cheap process, no. Lawyers are fucking expensive. You know how much money has been spent on lawyers in my household just to like do shit like, hey, can we have the kids' winter coats back, please? It's ridiculous. That's a whole other can of worms, though. So moving on, we're gonna end on kind of a funny note.
Oh?
Trump has hawked himself to the repo man. So again, this is a bit of an older article. There have been developments since then, or since this. So this comes to us from the New Republic. But I like this one because like it goes into just most of the news coverage that's recent doesn't really go into just how sketchy the company that is underwriting Trump's bond is. It's a loan shark. Trump is getting a loan from a loan shark for his bond. Like that's how desperate he is.
Maybe he's considering that he'll die at this point before he'll have to pay it back.
Maybe, but there's also some interesting things in their contract where like, you know, they're guaranteeing the loan but also not. Like part of the contract is, yeah, it's actually Trump that's responsible for it, not us, which like completely defeats the purpose of having them underwrite it. I don't know. It's weird. So when a business lends money to a guy who A, routinely stiffs his creditors, and B, may become president within the next 9 months, that merits a certain amount of scrutiny.
Yeah? Just a bit.
So, yeah, there's Chubb. I don't know what Chubb is. I think it's a company or whatever. They're the guys that did the $91 million bond for the E. Jean Carroll lawsuit, which Trump is going to lose on appeal. But that drew so much unfavorable press for them that it probably persuaded Chubb's chairman, Evan Greenberg, to not back the second $454 million bond, though apparently he gave it serious thought. Now the world is asking why Knight Specialty Insurance stepped in to back in a New York civil fraud case the second bond, which an appeals panel reduced from $454 million to $175 million. Trump will likely lose that appeal too. Knight Specialty Insurance is a unit of Los Angeles-based Knight Insurance Group whose chairman is Don Hankey.
That is an unfortunate name.
Yeah, he's engaging in a little bit of hanky-panky here with his numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Then they go into like comparison about net worth, so who fucking cares about that shit? But Forbes calls Hankey the little-known king of the subprime car loans. So yeah, they said Westlake Financial Services, which is another one of Hankey's companies, charges interest on car loans to low-income people at 19% or higher. So that's credit card rates.
Yeah.
Like, for comparison, my car loan right now is at like, I think it's 9%, and I thought that was high when I got it. So yeah, and they repossess about 250 cars per day, that's a lot of cars. They were also not listed by Trump's lawyers as one of the 30 companies that Trump approached to back the bond when it was $454 million. All of the companies that he approached said no. Hankey told Forbes that he actually called Trump a few days before the bond was lowered to $175 million, which suggests that when Trump lawyers told the appeals court that meeting the $454 million bond was a practical impossibility was not entirely true. Trump's lawyers may have been lying. I know that's shocking.
Trump's
But,
lawyers specifically lying, but
like,
he had
this
such
guy-
a good track record. He had Rudy Giuliani.
Yeah, like this
His
guy was
track record
calling,
is so
calling
good.
Trump, offering him a bond before it was lowered to 175 million. So I'm like, I know that's crazy that they would lie about that. Then he said, I'd say it's more of a business decision, but I happen to be a supporter also. Wonder why a subprime lender would be a supporter of Donald Trump over Joe Biden. Could it be the lack of regulations that Trump favors?
It's hard to say. What was that old quote about the person? People who are dangerous tend to have a tend to have people around them that are new all the time. They don't have like an established group of people. I don't remember the exact words, but it was like it was words that were meant to describe someone who was fascist, and then it followed up with, I'm also describing current President Donald Trump back when he was president. So I'm just curious in his brain what his selection process is for people. Like, is it just, are they sycophantic enough, whether or not they have the skills to do things like defend him in court without, lying?
So it's interesting that you bring that up, because initially when they filed for the bond, it was rejected because it turns out that the company that is securing it, Hankey's company, is not licensed in New York to do that sort of thing. So they were like missing a good chunk of the paperwork.
Oh,
and
that's not somebody you want doing this.
If this was anyone other than Donald Trump, that would have been the end of it. It'd be like, nope, bond rejected. I'm starting to repossess all your shit now. Or like Letitia James would be like, yep, nope, I am now taking possession of Trump Tower, or like whatever they owned. If it was not Donald Trump, that's what would have happened. But because it is Donald Trump, they give him special treatment, and they're like, actually, you need to fill out this paperwork, and then it'll be okay.
You just need to do this the right way, and then we'll let bygones be bygones. Like that.
Yeah.
But if he's doing a thing that is effectively criminal, why are you okay just giving him slaps on the wrist? Especially when one of the benefits to a Trump presidency that has been hawked over and over and over again is that he's hard on crime. Like, he's a hard on crime president.
He's got a hard on for crime, all right. Yeah. So this is also not the first time Hankey has lent money to Trump, although it's a different company. Access Financial lent him money for several different things before. And like Westlake Financial Services, the car thing, Axos, the other company that lent Trump money before, typically lends money in ways that like to small businesses at cripplingly high double and triple digit effective annual interest rates. Triple digit, that's 100% annual interest rate.
Yeah,
it's a fucking loan shark. And that's at least 100%.
That's where you end up paying your loan back 15 times over, and they're just like, look, I'm sorry about what we're gonna have to do to your family if you don't pay a little more. You understood exactly what we were asking when we had our conversation. We bailed you out, so we had your back. Now you gotta have ours, or unfortunate things are gonna happen.
Yeah, exactly. So Hankey has extensive experience lending money to high-risk borrowers, but Trump is his first high-risk ex-president. So with an appeal bond, the lender doesn't protect himself against risk by charging high interest, but by charging a large fee up front. And this might actually be why a lot of the other companies were rejected him. Not necessarily because of the amount of the bond, but because if they didn't charge him enough, that could be considered an illegal campaign contribution.
Oh.
Which I'm not entirely sure how that works. I assume that whoever wrote this article did their homework on that one. So if I'm wrong, blame the article, not me.
It could be the fun middle ground where technically the person who wrote the article is correct, but also it will never matter. All of the other things that Trump was able to do illegally and just never mattered.
Yeah, so they say, indeed, it would be risky for Hanky to charge Trump too little because that might be construed as an illegal campaign contribution comparable to the hush money payoffs for which Trump goes to trial later this month. That wrinkle is one of the many reasons that most surety firms are telling Trump thanks, but no thanks. So what do Trump's latest benefactors stand to gain in return? We can only speculate, but Hanky and Axos previously had reason to be grateful under Trump. The Office of the Comptroller of Currency enacted 2 regulations that allowed lenders to bypass state interest rate caps. So Trump has a track record of enacting policies that allow these guys to charge ridiculous interest rates. So
And now
suddenly they're
they're
willing
charging
to give
him
him
the
money
rates.
Yeah. Well, no, but now they're suddenly willing to give him all this money for his trials or whatever.
Because
I'm
he actively benefited
because,
their
like,
practices.
If he becomes president again, he will then, this will be a quid pro quo thing where, like, he will continue to enact regulation or lack thereof that allows them to extort their customers. So yeah, no, I don't quite understand this last bit. There's a lawsuit with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau against these companies where let's some of their hat. Fuck off with the hats. Ugh.
You set it up.
Santa hats. Yes, I did. So
Wasn't
a
it-
judge.
And I think it was Paula Gia who said, "Don't put up anything in your channel that you won't be willing to support full time."
Yeah, no, I will do my hats full time.
Well,
So a judge put the case on hold pending a Supreme Court ruling on whether the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau ought to even exist. Trump appointed 3 reactionary justices to the High Court, and if he wins the second term, he could appoint, by some calculations, as many as 4 more. So that's all of them, basically. Well, no, that's 7 of 9. Which, no, I'm not going to say that because 7 of 9 is fucking awesome. But it is 7 out of 9.
Jesus.
Yeah, Jerry Ryan is very much anti-Trump. She's the actress who played 7 of 9 on Star Trek Voyager. I feel like you're not picking up what I'm laying down.
No, I'm not, because I haven't seen
You're
Star Trek.
you're losing.
I
you're losing
haven't
your
seen
nerd cred.
I haven't seen Star Trek Voyager.
Oh God! What's really funny is that Janeway is the captain in Star Trek who makes the biggest deal about coffee, and they recently launched a like Star Trek themed coffee thing, and they didn't include Janeway as like one of the coffee blends. It's like the one captain known for her that would be like releasing an Earl Grey tea blend and
Without
not
it
including
being-
Picard
Yeah.
as the person.
I feel like that's what happens though when you get corporations sponsoring stuff, not fans creating stuff.
Yeah, Cisco's Earl Grey. Yeah, that would be an atrocity. But yeah, so if he gets all these Supreme Court justices, they will rule in these companies' favor to charge ridiculous interest rates and basically punish poor people for being poor while making themselves rich in the process. But also, like, there was a thing with the with this thing where like part of the contract was that they're actually not accepting liability. It's still all on Trump. They're just like there in spirit, basically. I don't know. It's
We're
weird.
praying for you, Trump.
It is fucking weird. I don't understand how it's even legal. And there's a hearing on April 22nd that Engeron is going to determine whether or not that's actually a legitimate thing, like whether or not this company can do that for him. I'm assuming the answer is going to come back no, unless they change quite a bit about how they're doing it, because right now it's ridiculous. And I really have to pee, so now it's your turn to entertain the audience.
Oh, okay. Well,
I will leave my dumpling for you.
I am very appreciative of you leaving the dumpling for me. Hello, dumpling that is there. Do you speak? Do you say mouth words? I don't think the dumpling says mouth words. In fact, I'm actually fairly certain the dumpling doesn't do or say anything. It's just there to look pretty, which is most of what I do on this show, actually. All things considered. Somebody says, I've never done this before. How do I respond? Wait, what have you never done before, and how are you trying to respond? I don't know. I said now Suris must dance for your for your amusement. No, no, I shouldn't. I should not. Your print seems to be done. I know my print seems to be done, but I now have to babysit all of you without the help of the co-parent, which is more trouble than you think. Said, did you see the new fan armor? I did see it, Aaron. I did see it. It's very cool. So, a samurai in my chat. Walter, put your money in my hand, Walter. No thought, head empty. Head empty, no thoughts. No, not even any THOTs. Nothing. A sidebar, does anybody have any experience with trading a car up at a dealership? Like, you've got a vehicle, but you're basically deciding, hey, it will be cheaper on maintenance costs if I just trade my vehicle into the dealership to get another newer vehicle. Has anybody ever had that thought? Because that thought's occurred to me. Because, like, I got a new car years ago for the whole purpose of having fewer car repairs. Robbie says yes many times. Okay, is it an effective way to avoid that, or is it just asking for just pain? Like, because I have no experience with that, because I didn't even have a newer car until 2 years ago anyway. And it's a 2023. It is effective. Okay. Because like, it's a 2023, and if I can use that as a way to guarantee that my payments are easily understood, as opposed to like, yay, everything's fine and dandy, and then suddenly one day I've got a giant car repair because something broke, and now it's not easily understood anymore. If I can use that as an effective way to avoid ever having to deal with that, interesting. Interesting. Paige says it makes life easier. And you know what? I'm all for that. If I can trade a few dollars for spoons, sure.
Robbie said, how many dollars and how many spoons?
Yeah, it's the idea, because I have a car that was new 2 years ago. It's a 2023 Trailblazer. And okay. I was debating, because I used to have only used cars for like 12-ish years, and they were always a nightmare of, hey, it's a new month. That means a new thing has broke. Time to repair it.
Yeah.
Which basically meant that it was more expensive to own the used car, even though it didn't have a car payment, which was really paradoxical. So I was talking with Chad about, like, has anybody had experience having a newer car and just, like, every couple years trading it in for another new car? My grandpa used to do that, but he's passed away now, and he would have been the one person I could have been like, hey, was that effective for you, or was that a stupid waste of your money?
So I've had 2 new vehicles in my lifetime, one of which was amazing, and I fucking wish that I had, like, when my wife died, I got rid of it because, like, as one person driving, I don't need 2. Yeah. And it was the car. It was the smaller of the 2, and I had 3 kids. So, like, I need the minivan. So I kept the minivan, and I would have way preferred to have kept the little car around, because the minivan we also got brand new, and it's been nothing but fucking trouble. I mean, most of the trouble has been covered by the warranty, but, like, it's been in the shop more than the beater cars that I've owned in my life.
That's the other thing, because, like, the car insurance is lower on a new vehicle, and the warranty still being in place and being able to just keep using the warranty feels like a cost-saving measure, but I don't know.
Yeah. Well, it in my case, it definitely was, because I would have been fucked if I didn't have a warranty on the van. Okay. Now, eventually, like just this past year, it got a recall that actually fixed the fucking problem. And the problem was such that, like, it would occasionally just turn off its engine while you're driving and wouldn't start up again.
That feels like
fucking dangerous.
That feels like the system that turns the engine off when you idle. It feels like that was fucking up.
Well, I know it was part of the because it's a hybrid electric van.
Okay, so it doesn't.
And
do
it's
that.
A plug-in hybrid, and it was something to do with the hybrid system, because it's a Chrysler Pacifica. Do not get a fucking Chrysler. Now, I know there are lemon laws in the States where, like, if you get a lemon, you have legal recourse. In Canada, we don't really have lemon laws per se, but there is a mediation agreement where, like, there's a third-party company that, like, most car manufacturers have signed on to, where like if you get a lemon, you can go to the mediation company and be like, hey, can you mediate on my behalf, or like can you mediate this dispute between me and the actual manufacturer? And like if they determine that you got a lemon, they'll just be like, no, just give them a new vehicle. Chrysler is one of like 3 of the major companies that has not signed the mediation agreement. So instead of just replacing my vehicle that was obviously defective, that like it's a 2018 vehicle and they just fixed it last year, so that was 5 fucking years where it was in the shop every like 4 to 6 months for a major problem where it would not fucking start. And bonus, because it's got an electric gearbox thing, you can't put it in neutral unless it starts. So towing it was a big fucking pain in the ass. And because they hadn't signed on to the mediation agreement, we just had to keep going back in for warranty repairs instead of just like,
Briggs, thank you for the follow.
Clearly you gave us a defective van. Can you give us a new one? I get it. Sometimes mistakes are made. I get it. It's fine. It happens. But like, to just have me coming into the shop every fucking, like, I don't know. I fucking hate that van.
A stupid amount of time.
So my partner, her lease was just up on her RAV4, so she's replaced it with a Toyota Sienna van, which it's a hybrid. And then I am going to get rid of this fucking van, which it hasn't had a problem since the recall happened. So like the recall did fix the issue, but there's other stuff that I don't like about it. So I'm going to trade it in and hopefully get a full electric, like smaller car, so that we can, again, 2 vehicles would be 1 van, 1 car, and the car is just fully electric. So if like just for puttering around town, driving kids to various shit that they have to go to, doesn't use gas.
Interesting. I don't know. It's an idea.
Did the shop employees get to the point where they were like, what is it this time, Rhino? Yeah, no, they know me. I'm on a first name basis with everybody at the fucking dealership. They were just as frustrated with this as I was. Like they were advocating on my behalf.
They're tired of dealing with it themselves.
Yeah, they were tired of dealing with my shit. And I was tired of dealing with my shit. And like they're good people at the dealership. But like,
I know
I'm never buying a fucking Chrysler again because of this.
I haven't had many issues with my Trailblazer, but the idea floated in my head basically because I knew that like I've had the vehicle about 2 years. Here in about a year or so, it's probably going to start having its first problem will arise, and I'm just trying to go, I don't make as much money as I used to, and I don't foresee myself being able to dig out of that situation. So how do I keep my payments as predictable as possible? Yeah, and that seems like a good way to do that.
It is. Like getting a new vehicle on a payment, like that's one of those things where like the financial gurus will tell you, like, if you can't afford to pay cash for the whole price of the vehicle, don't do it, because like everything has to be an investment to them. And like obviously as soon as you drive a car off a lot, it loses value. So like that's not an investment, that's a liability.
They're just like, yeah, it's a deprecating thing. I'm like, I don't care if it's deprecating, I just care that it works. And
but like
if it works more often,
like my car is not a financial investment. My car is how I drive my kids places. So like if it works, I would rather have a consistent payment every month than have like, oh no, what is it this time that needs fixing?
Yeah, and that's where I'm at right now thinking about mine, because I got an email from the automotive place saying like, hey, have you been enjoying your Trailblazer? Do you still like it? Do you have any questions? And I'm just like, well, if you're asking, one of the questions I do have is, how hard would it be to trade in my vehicle, keep the same payment I'm paying right now, and just have, you know, another thing that I would not have to pay a dime more on per month, but it's newer and therefore will have fewer problems as it gets older, because the idea would be to not let it get older.
Yeah.
So,
all right. Well, anyway, we are now 5 minutes past when this show is supposed to end, and we haven't even started the tweets yet.
Yay!
So let's do some tweets, shall we?
Sure, let's go. I'm just printing off my lid right now, so
we're starting with capturing Christianity.
Oh, great.
That is an appropriate emoji to pop up right in the middle of that. Thank you, whoever sent that. Sakura. So he says, by the way, eclipses provide evidence for theism
How? How?
because they're pretty.
What?
Because
what
they're pretty.
way? In what way? It is a solid object moving in front of a plasma object. How is that evidence for theism? That's evidence that rock in sky. That's all that is.
Yeah, I know.
Fuck. You had to start with this one. You had to start with the one that makes me
Yes.
go from nodding and smiling to, oh,
So-
I guess I'm up to 11 now.
So Zerask says Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep suck. Ford, Chevy can be okay. Honda, Toyota are golden. Yeah, I don't have issues with that. Now Chrysler, the main reason I'm not buying from Chrysler, because like I understand that my van was a lemon. That's not reflective of their general build quality. Like you can get a good Chrysler vehicle. My problem with Chrysler is that they are not signed on to the mediation agreement. So if you do get a lemon, there ain't shit you can do about it in Canada. Whereas Ford and Chevy have both signed on to the mediation agreement. So if I had a similar issue with a Ford or a Chevy, I could just contact the mediation thing and be like, hey, this thing has been back in the shop like 6 times for the same warranty repair. Can you like see if I can just get it replaced? And then it would get replaced. Anyway, but back to the tweet. Eclipses provide evidence for theism. Like, no, like he tried to justify this by like appealing to the argument from beauty or whatever, which like the argument from beauty is, aside from the ontological argument, it might be the stupidest argument for theism that I've ever seen. Because like nothing is more culturally accepted than the idea that beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So beauty is clearly subjective. Everybody understands that beauty is subjective. Different people have different tastes. Some people look at the eclipse and think, it's just a shadow. That's not a big deal. Whatever. So like it's not objectively beautiful. It is just something that some people think is like most people probably think is beautiful. So like it like that, I don't see how that could possibly be an argument for God. Scott Dillahunt says, so any chance of a Rhino uwu and eclipses are evidence that the world is round and the moon orbits the earth. I've given uwus before. I'm not good at it. I don't know the proper way to do it. Uwu?
And I'm
Something
not
like that?
and I'm not going to correct you.
Suris doesn't do it. But wait a sec. I'm hearing I've got my time traveling correspondent in the field is going to talk to us about the eclipse some more. So yeah. Let's cut to time traveling Rhino. This is Vice Rhino reporting live from the eclipse with my first ever man on the street interview. So I've got a man on the street with me. So hi, how's the eclipse? It's cloudy. Back to you. There you have it.
I liked how twitchy he was looking around. Where is the eclipse?
It was cloudy.
It was
That-
cloudy.
That was my eclipse was cloudy. And the worst part was we planned the whole thing out. Initially we were like, there's this field just down the road from us that would be a great spot to watch it from. But then we heard that like Niagara was like promoting themselves as like, oh, come here to watch the eclipse. It's going to be great. It's going to be this big thing. They declared a state of emergency because they were expecting so many people. Like, like that was the thing that people were making fun of, where it's like, oh, is it an emergency a week before it even happens? Like, no. They just preemptively declared it so that they have access to, certain powers that allow them to react to actual emergencies faster. So like that's fine. Don't make fun of them for that. That's a reasonable thing to do. But like we're like, okay, well, traffic might be bad and there's going to be a bunch of people in this field. You know what? My dad has a Christmas tree farm. He's got a massive field, great view of the sky. Let's go to my dad's house to watch the eclipse. We're not going to have to like get there early to fight for a good spot to sit down and watch it. None of that shit. So we go there and it was just completely overcast the entire time. Couldn't see shit. Now it was kind of neat. You could see the shadow of the moon like approach from where the shadow was approaching from, and then you got to see like the shadow leaving, and you could see that in the clouds, and that was neat. It was really cool to see. It was really cool to experience. It was neat to hear like the birds just went completely silent when it was dark and the frogs started doing their evening croaking thing. So like that was neat. So yeah, it was interesting. But then like I'm seeing videos from like Niagara Falls, and like, yeah, it was overcast, but the clouds were thin enough that they still saw the eclipse.
Mhm.
And I texted my mother, who stayed in the town that I live in, that we decided to leave. And she, like, yeah, it was overcast, but she could still see a little, like, she still managed, like, the clouds were thin enough that she saw the actual, like, eclipse thing. So it's like, we planned everything out to, like, make everything optimal. We slept over at my dad's house the night before so we wouldn't have to fight with traffic the day of, if there was any. And, like, we made a whole ordeal out of it. And it turns out that the spot we went to was like the only spot in the entire Niagara Peninsula where the clouds were so thick that you couldn't actually see anything. It's like, fuck.
That is the... So, I am sorry that that happened to you. At the same time, because of that, this was way fucking funnier.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna make a bit out of this. I like make the best of it. It's cloudy. I don't know if you guys noticed, but my microphone was just like a lav mic that was duct taped to a pie spatula thing. And the best part was I didn't need the tape to attach it because it's got a clip on it, but I put the tape on anyways because I thought making it jankier was funnier. And also it was a man on the street interview. So like we went to the middle of the road so I could do the man on the street interview on the street.
You know, I hear some YouTubers hold their microphones these days.
I know. That was kind of what I was thinking when I did. Yeah. Alex Markle says that's the universe telling you to get fucked, nerd. I would get fucked, but Heidi is busy doing homework.
You know,
So
fair. That's like when somebody on my Twitter was like, hey, if you do a subathon, why not just turn on the camera when you're sleeping like some other streamers have done? And I'm just like, bluntly, because I want to have sex with my girlfriend.
Oh.
Bluntly, that is the reason why. I'm not even gonna sugarcoat this one on Twitter.
I mean, you're a VTuber, so it'd just be like, why is the model's tits bouncing right now?
You're supposed to be asleep. Why is it going boing, 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 boing?
Yeah. You're allowed to have sex even when you're subathoning. You need some downtime even in a subathon.
But I don't want to be down during sex. I want to get up. That's the whole point.
Yeah. All right, back to the tweets. Okay, so this is setting up for the next one. So again, capturing Christianity, he tweeted a thing like, if chips and guac exist, God exists. Chips and guac exist, therefore God exists. QED.
This is just proving that
it's a
argument
joke.
never worked.
Well, it was a joke tweet. This is like he's just basically saying like, I really like chips and guac, so therefore God exists. Or like I have made similar jokes. It's fine, whatever. That's not the issue. Like what I say, like, okay, well, this is essentially the same as the moral argument, because it boils down to, if a thing I like exists, then God exists. Is like, that's the moral argument. Objective moral values and duties exist, therefore God exists. Except you can't demonstrate that objective moral values and duties actually do exist. It's just, I would prefer the universe to be such that they do, therefore God must exist. So like, it's the exact same argument, and his joke argument kind of demonstrates the flaw with the moral argument. It's a really good encapsulation of what's wrong with it, and he didn't realize that when he made the joke. So I took it more seriously than I probably should have. But anyway, that's not the main thing I want to get to here. The main thing I want to get to here is the person that responded to this with another dipshit atheist saying objective morals don't exist while living in a society that can only exist because of objective morals. Unfollowed. Like,
but why was he
why
following
were you
you?
following me in the first place? Like,
What?
did you not know who I was? Like, did you like what have I said that made you follow me? That this is the straw that breaks the camel's back, and you're unfollowing me now. Like, I'm so curious about that. Or is this just someone who never followed me in the first place and thinks that unfollowed is something that's going to be hurtful?
It would have to be that one, just like the person who goes unsubscribed. I would dislike it twice if I could. And it's like, I'm fairly certain this is the first video of mine you've seen. I don't think you were subscribed, buddy.
I mean, like, I retweeted that with the "Bye Felicia" meme, with being like saying like, I don't know why you were following me in the first place. Bye Felicia. And the response to that was to delete this tweet and then block me, which, like, fair point. I'm not going to judge someone for blocking people. I block a shit ton of people. And it's always amusing to me when I get accused of like creating an echo chamber, because like, obviously I don't create an echo chamber. Otherwise I wouldn't have anywhere to get the tweets that I use for this fucking show.
We're also allowed to curate our surroundings. Like, I'm sorry, but as somebody who has had a conservative person yell at me in his own home about how liberals just don't want to have a conversation whilst being in the middle of a conversation with him, I'm sorry, I'm tired of dealing with the stupid opinions of people when it comes to blocking.
Especially on Twitter. Like, nah, man, like, Twitter is a fucking shit show. Like, you know how many accounts you need to block in order to actually create an echo chamber nowadays? Is like, you have to block everything that's a neo-Nazi, otherwise you are going to see neo-Nazi shit. It's just a fact. Van Briggs says I'm using the app for Android so I don't have tabs. I actually refuse to install the app on my phone. So I have two browsers installed. So there's Chrome and then there's I forget what it's called, but like it's weird that like the official Chrome browser for Android doesn't support Chrome extensions that you would have on like the desktop or whatever. And I have an extension that I use that like anyone that pays for Twitter Blue, their tweet gets hidden from me. So I just don't see it. And so I downloaded a third-party browser that is Chromium based that does support Chrome extensions on Android. So like it's possible, obviously, or they wouldn't have been able to do it. So I use that to browse Twitter. So it's just a browser, but it also hides all the people that pay for Twitter because they're just a bunch of dipshits for the most part.
Yeah. I can't even argue with that because that's just objectively true for the most part.
Yeah, no, and if it wasn't for tweets, I probably would have just left Twitter and deleted my account. Like, not deleted my account, but like leave it to fester and rot, because like there's nothing of value on Twitter anymore. Like, I do post shit and I do interact with a few people, but like for the most part, my life would be better without Twitter. But yeah, anyway. Next up, we get Sarah Malkangi, who says, between this and the earthquakes the U.S. has recently experienced, do we really need an eclipse to tell us God is not happy with us as a nation? While showing a picture of
the fuck is so stuck in the 50s, not the 1950s, the fucking 350s, that they look at lightning and just go, natural phenomenon. The gods are
lightning,
angry.
Suris, not even lightning, a shadow. There is a shadow that is going to hit a good chunk of the U.S. Therefore, God's not happy with us. Photons from a specific source will have a difficult time reaching the Earth for 3 minutes. Therefore, God's mad at us. Also, I'm pretty sure the torch of the Statue of Liberty actually has a lightning rod in it, specifically to like make sure that when lightning hits it, it like gets to the ground safely without melting shit. So like, I imagine the Statue of Liberty gets struck by lightning like thousands of times a year. I didn't look it up, but I guarantee you it's up there.
Jesus Christ. Why?
Like, this is just like, people are so dumb when it comes to this sort of stuff.
I just want to know how do you get this far in life where you're just like, you go from smells like rain to smells like God wants to lay his dick on society. How do you get to this point?
What I'm hearing here is that you think that God's dick smells like rain.
At least it's wet.
unlike Ben Shapiro's.
We thought the exact same thing at the same time, and that's scary, and I don't know if I like that, but yes.
It makes sense, though. Yeah, so, but my thing with this is, like, all that considered, like, if I were an omnipotent being who was mad at someone, I feel like I'd have a more clear way of demonstrating my anger than there's a shadow that just went across your country.
I've made a natural phenomenon happen. Something that can easily be explained.
I've made a shadow happen that like people who study this shit have known was going to happen for hundreds of years in advance.
because
Also,
of
I've made a lot
math.
of Ben Shapiro jokes in this stream so far. I'm pretty sure that Ben Shapiro is the last tweet tonight. So
At least it makes sense.
it'll come around full circle, unlike Ben Shapiro. Anyway, okay, so this was fun.
I can't
This
even
is-
see who this is from.
So this is not a tweet. This is from the frequently asked questions page of the Trump Bible. So you know how he's selling Bibles now?
Yeah?
So I want to pay particular attention to this question. This is apparently a frequently asked question. What if my Bible has sticky pages?
What? Why does your... What?
Why does my Bible have sticky pages,
why
Suris?
is my
Why does my
Trump
Bible have sticky pages?
I just turned to Ezekiel and I got rock hard.
This is Ezekiel 23:20, baby. Yep. Nope. This is the Bible that Trump found the Song of Songs. No, this is legitimately from the frequently asked. Like, I saw this posted on Twitter. I saw the screenshot of it posted on Twitter. I'm like, that can't be real. There's no way that's real. So I went to the fucking website myself, and this is legitimately one of the frequently asked questions. What if my Bible has sticky pages? Now, it's actually with regards to the gold gilding on the side, because like that's done after the Bible's printed, and so the pages do kind of stick together with it. So like that's what they're referring to, but like, come on.
What if my Bible is
You
sticky?
had to know.
It just
You
means
had to fucking know.
just means Trump isn't firing as many blanks as we thought he is today, and your Bible got a special surprise. Did you also know that Trump was in the Navy? Because obviously he's the seaman.
His bones. His
General
bone
Bone
spurs were of a
Spurs.
different kind.
General Boner Spurs.
Yeah, there we go. It was sticky page Bible. I want to order a Bible and get Trump sticky pages. Like, come on. Senshini is asking, is the Trump Bible like the slave Bible, secretly meant to give the Trumps a rudimentary understanding about reading and writing? So no, the Trump Bible is a Bible that also includes like the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution, and it says like a handwritten copy of one of those like America So Great songs. I forget which one. Handwritten by who? Handwritten by who? It doesn't say. So like it's either sweatshop labor in India where somebody is copying it out by hand, or it's just a font. I don't know. But also the slave Bible, fun fact. Everybody says like, oh, well, clearly the Bible does not endorse slavery, because in order to make it look like the Bible endorsed slavery, they had to cut out all the anti-slavery verses and make the slave Bible. Except if you actually look into what the slave Bible is, it was put together by a bishop of the Anglican Church named Belby Porteous, who was one of the first abolitionists in the Anglican Church. Abolitionist is someone who is, if you're not familiar, that's someone who's against slavery. And so slave Bible was not the label that he would have given it. It was a Bible that was like, it wasn't meant to be a full Bible. It was meant to be like, this is the sort of thing you're supposed to base your like Sunday services off of, like a guide, or like the equivalent would be like the Soldier's Pocket Bible, which like, here's a collection of verses that are relevant to being a soldier. So like, here's a collection of verses relevant to being a slave. And his idea was like, I want the slaves to be educated so that when we end slavery, they'll start from a better starting point than if they weren't educated. That was the whole purpose of what has become known as the slave Bible. But the slave Bible is actually like, that's the label given to it by the Museum of the Bible, who have completely lied about its origins to make it seem worse than it is. And like, I'm not saying Belby Porteous was like a great guy who was on the right side of every issue with this. Like, he had a really fucked up way of trying to make sure slaves were prepared for the real world by like it was like,
Let's
if they're Christians, if they're Christians, they'll be better. But like, he was doing what he thought was the best thing in the furtherance of the goal of ending slavery. So like, yeah, his methods, I would say, are fucked up, but his goal was admirable. So yeah, slave Bible is not what apologists would have you believe it is.
Yay. My lid printed.
Oh, you're done printing?
No, I'm not done printing, but my lid finished printing.
Okay, I was going to say that was a quick print if you're done by now.
Oh no, the entire.
Is it another slime?
No, but I have many of them printed.
You're making an art. You build me an army worthy of mortal.
Every single time that I pull out a different filament to start a different like color project, I'm printing a slime first. Because that way
why not?
That way I have like most of those slimes are from the same spool of filament because it was a color changing filament. So I got a bunch of different types of colors out of it, and then my brain was like, but I can go further.
So Fennec says Suris should send you a slime. So the thing is, I have a 3D printer, so if you send me the model, I can print my own slime.
I can send you the model. And
that would be way easier than sending me an actual slime. Although my printer has not been turned on in months, so I probably need to do some calibration. So yeah, I appreciate my patrons and I love my patrons. One of the patron benefits that I probably need to take off of the thing is like 3D printed Rhino stuff. Because I haven't had my printer on in ages, and I'm also really bad at remembering stuff. So like I haven't sent out any patron benefits in probably over a year. I'm sorry, patrons of mine. I love you and I appreciate you. And I love that most of you don't care about this. But it's still on my bad.
It feels bad for him.
Yeah. Anyway, next tweet. Duke of Noticing, which I didn't notice that his name was the Duke of Noticing until like well after I responded to this. So this was a response to me. I posted something pro-trans. I don't remember what, but
so he noticed
his response was to say, "Weird how you are only a woman in your mind and the rest of society."
Oh, I saw this
almost
thing.
like you're not.
Rhino,
like,
you don't.
You know my pronouns are in my bio, right? This is why pronouns in the bio is a good thing.
He would have been able to figure it out.
You could have fucking clicked on my bio, seen that my pronouns are he, him, and then saved yourself from looking like a gigantic fucking idiot.
Fucking pronouns.
Thinking that I'm a woman. Like, no, I don't think that I'm a woman. I'm a dude. I am a cis dude. He, him.
Jesus
and I thought, like, it's fucking hilarious. Like, I responded to him, taking him kind of semi-seriously at first, and then after I responded to him, like, oh fuck, you literally call yourself the Duke of Noticing. Good job noticing the pronouns in my bio.
Fucking hell. Why are people like this?
Like, I kind of wanted to do the Shannon Q thing of like, well, prove that I'm not really a woman. But like, that would be so fucking easy because I'm not. Like, ugh.
Hello, everybody. Here's my mountain of evidence that I am a man. And then you end it with just like a picture, just like a 4x3 picture, and written in it is, this is where I'd put a dick pic if I was really mean.
I mean, there's enough of me on my channel that, like, I mean, it's usually wearing women's lingerie, but like, I literally mooned my audience in the outtakes once. Like just like 2 weeks ago, and then like there was someone commented on that where like I don't know if you saw the video. If you didn't, like, I don't expect that you watch all my content, because that's the thing with the atheist content creators. We mostly don't watch each other's content because like, no, I'm so like knee deep in the stuff that like I don't have the capacity to spend my free time watching other people doing the same thing as me.
It's weird because like I used to. With you and Telltale and everybody, I used to watch like every upload when it came out, and then when I started making the content, and also when I became friends with y'all, I stopped watching it as much because like now, if I go, hey, I wonder what Vice's opinion is on a thing, I can just send you a message.
Well, yeah, like I don't know, I still get to think like Zod is someone that I talk to on a regular basis. Zod commented on one of my videos the other day. I'm like, oh yay, I got a comment for Prophet of Zod, and it's like, I have his phone number. Like, I can call him.
I need to.
So it's a weird space to be in. But anyway, like so in one of my videos a couple weeks ago, in the outtakes, like it was a staged outtake, I will admit it, but like I did like this joke, like I'm being an intellectual, because Mike Winger said something like he said that Sam Harris held a position, and I forget exactly what it was, but like when I looked it up, there was literally a quote where Sam Harris was saying the exact opposite of what Mike Winger was saying his position was. Oh, his consciousness is an illusion. He's like, Sam Harris says that consciousness is an illusion. And then when I looked, like I just did like a cursory Google search, first thing that came up was a blog post written by Sam Harris in which contained the quote, consciousness is the only thing in the universe that cannot be an illusion. So like literally the exact opposite of what Mike said he said. And so like I filmed my response to that one sitting in my chair, wearing my suit, smoking my fake pipe, which it's a real pipe, but I wasn't actually smoking it. And I actually had one of my kids like drew, like I showed him a picture of Sam Harris and was like, can you draw that? And he's like, I'm not good at drawing hands. I'm like, that's okay. The worse it is, the better. Because I want it to be shit. Like I didn't say shit, but like I want it to be bad. Like draw it your best, but if it's bad, that's okay. That's what I want. So he drew it and it was great. And it was the cover of like Sam's book. I think I titled it like Thinky Book by Sam Harris. And so like I then printed out like his blog article and I'm like, I just printed out his blog article and put it in the book. This isn't even really his book. I know it's like convincing or whatever, but like I just wanted to have an air of intellectual superiority while I'm smoking my pipe, reading my book. And so I manufactured an outtake at the end of that where like I wasn't wearing any pants and I borrowed one of my partner's thongs. And like I had her like interrupt me, be like, hey, can you get me my Buddhist cookbook? Because like she has a cookbook that is like Buddhist friendly recipe. I don't fucking know what it is, but like it's a cookbook that is Buddhist themed. And it was on the bookshelf that was behind me in the thing. So I stood up and bent over with my butt facing the camera, grabbed the Buddhist cookbook, and I was wearing her thong for it. So like the joke is I'm wearing a suit but no pants.
Okay.
And then someone commented like, don't ever do that again. And having ADHD, when I read the comment, don't ever do that again, I'm like, well, now I need to show my ass off in a thong in every video. Because like that's part of ADHD is like, if you tell me what to do and make it sound like I don't have an option, I am going to do my best to do the exact opposite of that. And then I made this like big, like in my head, it was good natured. But then it turned out that the person who commented that was actually like a patron of mine. So they commented on Patreon being like, so I guess I'm just never going to tell you to do anything ever again. I'm like, okay, you know what? I get it if you want to cancel your pledge. That's fine. Like this is the headspace that I was in. Like I wasn't taking you seriously necessarily with that. Like I think it was meant as a joke. But like my ADHD is like, no, that's not a joke. I need to do the exact opposite. So like there was this weird thing going on. So like, okay, yeah. My response, I get it if you're like upset at my response and you want to cancel your pledge. That's fine. No judgment from me. And and in her, like, to her credit, like we had a good conversation about it, and she was like, no, that's fine. It was like we've had it back and forth and everything is good. But like, oh yeah, Zach's Zerlock says not really ADHD, sounds like spite. So that so people with ADHD are more likely to, like, when it is a trait of ADHD, it's not necessarily ADHD. This is one of the difficulties with ADHD, is like almost every single symptom is something that everybody experiences sometimes. And so it's hard to really like explain that, like, yeah, you lost your keys. Fine. And ADHD people lose their keys, but it's like, you lose your keys like once a month.
So
I lose my keys every day.
To make it very, very easy and simple to understand, people with ADHD struggle with emotional regulation. This causes them to be more prone to arguments.
Yeah.
It is everybody has arguments. People with ADHD are more prone to it. So don't say not really ADHD. No, we understand this is actually a symptom, that a comorbidity, if you will, of ADHD.
Yeah. So it's like, it is something that everybody experiences, but for me, it's like a regular thing. It, like, it has actually caused me to lose jobs in the past that I could not, like, they tell me to do something and I'm just like, no, that doesn't make sense to me. Of course I'm not fucking doing that. That's stupid. My last job that I had before, like, I went full-time with the channel, it was unionized, so they couldn't just get rid of me, but I'm sure that they were happy to see me go because, like, I was, like, it was a serving job, and one of the things they did was, like, you need to encourage people to leave reviews, and so we have these business cards where, like, they've got the link to where they want to leave the reviews, and they were telling us, like, you need to give that to them like after they've had their main course but before they get dessert. And in my mind, I'm like, if somebody did that to me while I was trying to enjoy my meal, I would be fucking pissed and I would leave a bad review. And I would make it clear that, like, I'm sure that this is not the server's fault. It's just company policy or whatever, but that's stupid fucking policy. And so because that's how I thought of it, I refused to do it. I would not do it. And as a result of that, I did not get as many positive reviews as other servers who did do that. And apparently that's a thing that neurotypical people don't have an issue with, is like having, like, in between their main course and their dessert, somebody be like, hey, while you're waiting for your dessert, why don't you leave us a review? Apparently that's fine for a neurotypical person.
I will just look at
But,
the
like,
thing and go, no.
Yeah, but from my perspective, I'm like, no, I haven't finished my meal yet. I'm not leaving a review until it's done. Like, what if I want to say something about the dessert? Of course not.
Because you have to finish the task you're on.
Yeah, so it didn't make sense to me, so I didn't do it. But apparently for neurotypical people, it's fine. And so other people got more reviews than me, so the company didn't really like me because I wasn't getting positive reviews. But because it was unionized, they couldn't just get rid of me, and because I had a fair bit of seniority. But yeah, no, it was like, I do much better as a YouTuber because I can, like, well, I mean, I say that, but I have 11 unread messages in my business email account that I know are mostly from sponsors that, like, if I actually deal with this shit, I get more money. But, like, I don't want to deal with this.
Meanwhile, the only sponsorship stuff I have at the moment is either people who I find out are scams, or it's the, like, Stream Elements ones where they go, hey, for every sign up, you get 3 ideas of $1.
Yeah, I have when I logged in while you were going pee, I have like 6 sponsor offers from Stream Elements, and I'm like, I kind of don't want to take that.
I've debated, like, when it was Star Trek Fleet Command, I was able to have some fun with it, and then I hit the point in the game where, like, if you're not spending money, you're not able to have a lot of fun anymore.
Well, I also saw, like, I think it was your post actually that was like, doing the sponsorships through Stream Elements is kind of a coin flip whether or not you ever get paid for it in the first place.
Yeah, Saki had one from HelloFresh, and they didn't pay her like 3 years ago, and they refused to.
Yeah, so, like, that's just not a thing that I'm willing to deal with, and I don't want to sell things that I'm not, like, even if it's something like, I don't take sponsorships that are of companies that I would not use personally. But I also would not take a sponsorship from a company, even if there's something that I would use personally, if there's a chance they're not going to pay me.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, like Ground News. I use Ground News. I'm actually a paying subscriber for Ground News, even though they give me a free subscription, because on the last one, Tim, he writes most of my ads, Ground News, he does not write my ads because they have too many weird requirements about how, like, it has to be relevant to the video, and it has to, like, I have to talk about a specific news item or whatever, and he's just like, it's just easier if I do that one myself. But, like, the last time was like, okay, well, how about you use the trial thing and see what you can do? And so he did, and so he got my free trial, and then it was like, no, man, it's going to be easier if you just do it. So I ended up paying for it. So, like, I am a paying subscriber for Ground News, and I still advertise for them, and because that's a company that I believe in. But I'm also on the verge of, like, turning them down because it's just more work than it's worth. Like, I don't know. On the one hand, like, it's like dollars per hour wise, it's fairly good, but, like, it's just so much stress that I don't know. It's a hard calculation to make. Anyway. These are streamer problems that you guys don't actually care about, I think, for the most part. But just take it to heart that if you see me advertising for something, it's a company that I would be willing to pay for myself. I will not advertise like there's one that they just emailed me, I think, that they want to do a repeat thing with the Aura clean up your internet presence thing, one of those companies. Like, I would absolutely do that. Unfortunately, they're not available in Canada. Otherwise, I would have. And I actually had to negotiate with them a bit about that because like they were like, oh, well, you have to like do a Google search for your real name and then use our service and then do that Google search again and show the difference. They're like, yeah, but I can't sign up for it because it only accepts Americans. And I was like, I actually want to sign up for your thing. Can you please come to Canada? So yeah, that was that. And they want to renew their thing because apparently they got a really good response from my audience. So I'm happy about that, but also kind of annoyed because I can't use it myself, because I would love to like scrub my presence from the internet and the real thing so I could just like accidentally dox myself and it doesn't matter.
See, I'll take a different stance. If you see me shilling for a company, it's probably because my water heater broke.
Yeah, well,
sidebar, my water heater broke.
You saw my post on this with Raid Shadow Legends or whatever, where
yeah.
I was like I was talking about how like I am not taking a sponsorship from Raid's Shadow Legends, and I posted a thing where it was like, this is how much money I am potentially being offered, and like it's just like, no, I'm not going to do that because I know it's a pay to play or like it's a pay to win game, but I also know that you have taken a sponsorship. Even though, like, right after you took the sponsorship, you did a video that was like, "This is why Raid is shit."
Yeah.
So I like on the one hand, it's like I recognize that my ability to say no to sponsorships actually comes from a position of privilege. I make enough money that, like, yes, I could turn down Raid's potential $6,000. Like that, like I'm not gonna pretend that wouldn't be. Like that wouldn't change my life for a couple months and like make a lot of things way easier for me, but I don't need it desperately. So like I can turn it down. It's different when it's like, yeah, no, but I need clean water.
Yeah,
Fennec is saying established titles. That was my bad. I
remember you and I having a conversation about established titles. Even I was like, I know other friends who have taken it, and it seems fine. But then the information came out around that time.
Yeah, so when I did my ad for them was around the time when all that shit kind of dropped. And so that was before I hired Tim to kind of vet these things for me, because I didn't have time to properly vet them. So what I did, I was like, okay, well, Cinema Therapy has done ads for established titles, and they are people, like, they seem like good people. They seem like the kind of people that I would trust with this sort of thing. So I was going to kind of piggyback off of their having vetted them. And that was a mistake. I don't know. Like, I'm not going to say that, like, oh, Cinema Therapy is not trustworthy because they took the ads. Like, I don't know what their vetting process looks like. I don't know if they thought it was legit, honestly, and like something slipped through the cracks there. I don't know. But what I do know is that, like, I did take the ad for established titles, and then as I got massive backlash, I cut the ad out of the video, and I turned down. They were going to be one of the easiest contracts for me, where like they were going to pay me, I think it was like $1,200 a month just to rerun the same ad that I had already filmed for an entire year. Like that's a shit ton of money. And I did turn that down because of the backlash, because I'm like, okay, no, dude, like the money is not worth my reputation.
And see, I don't know
but
if
at the same time, I
don't
recognize,
know if I could have.
Yeah, no, this is the thing, is that I recognize that my ability to turn them down comes from a place of privilege, where I am not concerned about my basic needs being met. I know that I have enough money to meet my basic needs, so I can turn that down. But I also remember being in a place where, like, I was only making $1,600 a month. So the idea of another $1,100 a month or whatever the fuck it was, just to rerun a thing that I already done, just to like insert video to other video. That's all I had to do. It would take 2 seconds to make a shit ton of money every month. Like, that would have been a completely life change. Like, I remember being at a point in my life where I would look at the toilet paper roll, see how low it was getting, and being like, oh shit, I don't know how I'm going to afford my next case of toilet paper. Like, how am I going to ration this? It's toilet paper. You fucking need to wipe your ass.
I remember so having been in that situation enough, my brain has a compartmentalized setting of the toilet paper I can afford when shit hits the fan and the toilet paper my septic system wants me to use. And luckily, things have at least been functional enough to where I can take option B most of the time. But sometimes I take that option A and I'm just like, man, this is not good. This is not the shit my septic system wants me to use. This is gonna cost me later.
Yeah. Well, I'm still waiting for fucking Tushy to like sponsor me, because like I would love to do an ad read for a bidet, because that is my go-to for like remembering what it's like to be poor. It's like I've been there. This is not an act. I was there. And like, yeah, my finances are fine now. Like, I appreciate that my audience supports me, and that is how I live, and I appreciate the fuck out of that. And I always want to remember where I came from, so that I don't ever get jaded to where like, oh no, yeah, no, I just deserve this base level of money. Like, no, this is like, I need to earn it every month. And that's how I kind of remember it. And so like the Hello Tushy is kind of like, that would be my ideal sponsor, because like I remember looking at the toilet paper roll being like, I don't know how I'm going to afford more of that. But like, if you just buy like the one bidet attachment, like even the cheap one that you just hook into the water and it's not even heated or whatever, that saves you so much fucking money on toilet paper.
Food Shop says, why do you have a septic system? Do you have a barn with farm animals? Food Shops, do you know...
You live in Georgia? You live in rural Georgia.
Do you know what a septic system is? There is no city water here. There is none of that shit. There is no city gas here. I have a propane tank. I live in the woods. There is none of that here. And actually, in my district, a lot of people live like this because we have like these clearly defined residential areas that start off as neighborhoods and lead into backwoods and then become nothing but dirt roads where the idea of people becomes a suggestion. And that's a lot of what is here.
Well, like, even like septic systems are not that uncommon. Like my dad has a septic system. He's not that far away from, like, he's kind of in between two semi-major city centers.
Also, yeah, like there's like a septic system is just my grandma lives in the city limits in Pensacola, and where she lives, she is also on septic, and she is in a fully furnished neighborhood. So yeah, it's a shit tank for when you live in the places in the boondocks. So no, it's not just a shit tank for when you live in the places with the boondocks, because there's also plenty of places that are in city limits that use them.
Yeah. Yeah, it costs money to hook up to city water.
Food Shop stands, are you an idiot? Did you get dropped on the head as a child? I have to ask. It very, very important information seems to be missing from this conversation, because septic systems are actually fairly common. Like in my situation, yeah. I live in the woods. Yes. But again, I know plenty of people who live in what would be considered city and still are on this same kind of system. Like, because I've looked at her bills on it, so I know what she has. But okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is like I have the need to antagonize on the internet or what.
Back to the tweets. Kevin Sorbo. If you
Do
don't
we have
want
to go back to the tweets? Like looking at him.
So Gretchen Whitmer posted, "Abortion is healthcare. We'll keep fighting like hell to defend it." To which Kevin Sorbo responded, "If you don't want a slave, don't buy one. Same logic." No.
What? No.
That's not even close to the same logic. Like, so the sad thing is, I am so steeped in this anti-abortion rhetoric that I actually know what Kevin Sorbo was thinking he was responding to. Like, he thought that he was responding to the, like, oh, if you don't want an abortion, don't get one argument. But like, that's not the same as abortion is healthcare, because abortion is healthcare. And like, there are many cases where if you don't get an abortion, it will put your life at risk. Not owning a slave will never put your life at risk.
You know, it's a really depressing thing that I found out today about Kevin Sorbo. One of my favorite video games growing up was The Conduit, and I just found out recently that he was one of the leading voice actors in it.
Ugh.
Yeah,
that's unfortunate.
That hurts the brain.
Yeah, no, I can't. Like there was that. I think it was Andromeda, the TV series, the sci-fi show that he was in after Hercules. That like apparently it's a really good show, but like when I watch it now, I can't get past the fact that I'm watching Kevin Sorbo. So like I can't enjoy the show because like that's just a fucking idiot at the helm. No. We like no, that's not good. But yeah. So that's Case Orbs thinking that saying that something is healthcare is the same argument as saying that if you don't want a slave, don't buy one. It's like, no, not even close.
If you don't want a body, don't shoot one. What?
Yeah, like no, this is where you get the badly drawn star with like, at least you tried. Okay, so this is fun. So Sam says, I simply wish for J.K. Rowling everything she wishes for trans people. To which Arthur responds, a man attacking J.K. Rowling again. Like,
what?
Okay, so he responds like, okay, where is the attack? Stace says, you wished ill on her, gaslighting much, typical misogynistic man.
So you admit that she wishes ill for trans
Yeah.
people?
This is people like just coming out and being like, yeah, no, J.K. Rowling wants bad things to happen to trans people. Otherwise, that's not an attack. Like it's flat out like you want bad things for trans people. That's the only way you could possibly see this as an attack, is if you know that J.K. Rowling wishes bad things for trans people. So like it's always fun to watch gender critical people fall into traps like this. And like being gender critical completely rots your brain, so this happens all the time.
Jeez. If you want to be the person that goes, J.K. Rowling does not want bad things for trans people. She's an ally, she's a feminist, blah 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 blah. But then also have this take. It hurts my brain.
Mm-hmm. I mean, and he was like, Sam was clearly baiting people for this, and they fell for it immediately.
Yep.
And then Neramdaput says, I wish for Vice Rhino everything he wishes upon gay people. Thank you, Neramdaputs, because I only wish the best for gay people. I wish gay people could have all the same rights that straight people have. I wish they had as comfortable lives as straight people have. I wish nothing but good things for gay people. So like, that's not an attack on me, because I don't wish bad things on gay people. It's that simple.
Instead, you get this.
Yeah. Like I would never consider somebody saying that I wish on Vice Rhino all the things that Vice Rhino wishes for LGBTQ people. I would never take that as an attack, because I know that I don't wish bad things on those people. I wish nothing but the best for them.
Jesus. Also, apparently we had the person that I was talking to in the chat, apparently they were just a racist troll, because they kept making comments about the blacks up on Goat Island in New York.
Tell them to go watch our earlier segment on immigration.
Well, my mods have already taken them out though, so they're gone.
Yeah.
They went
I wish
they
for
went out
everyone
back
to
and
have
all
a
yelled at
wonderful
them.
life and good
Good job,
things.
mods.
Except JKR and Sorbo at the moment, because Ongwai.
Maximonia says, when is the white heterosexual male day of visibility? In response to like trans day of visibility.
Well, there's 364 days of it, so
365.24 days of it. Like let's be real. Like when have white heterosexual male people ever had to fucking hide who they are? Never. Like is literally every day of the year, including all the days that are dedicated to other people.
Like, I don't think these people realize that the reason you have a day of visibility for a group of people is because that group of people is either unrepresented or has to go invisible. Now, if you look at the history of trans people, there are two general types of trans person in society, like two broad categories. The ones that want to pass and also fly under the radar, and the ones who are out and proud about it. Now, conservatives freak the fuck out about the ones that are out and proud about it, but they don't fucking know who's in the other category. They have no way of knowing. So,
Yeah, well, like, I am a white heterosexual male. Never once have I felt like I don't have a voice. I have multiple shows where, like, it's nothing but me giving my opinion on shit. Because I'm a white straight guy. And, like, I talk about LGBTQ stuff all the time. As a white straight guy, like, I will frequently ask friends of mine who are actually LGBTQ, like, hey, can you read over the script and, like, give me your thoughts? Like, what are some things that I could have phrased better? What are some things that I got wrong? Like, give me feedback on the script so that I make sure I'm actually right. But, like, I don't have to do that. I could just say whatever the fuck I want to say. And as a white heterosexual guy, I can get away with that. Now, my partner might argue with the heterosexual thing. She thinks I might be slightly bisexual because of some things that I have said.
I'm right here.
And I don't think it's with relation to you, but that might play a part. I mean, that's one of those things where it's like, I've never sucked a dick. Maybe I would like it if I tried it. I don't know, but I have no desire to try it. So, like, I think I'm heterosexual, but, like,
I know I'm heterosexual and I have sucked a dick.
there you go.
Just
That is fair. That is a fair point.
so
Did I ever tell you when I actually, like, struck out hard with a I was trying to hit on a trans woman. It was while I was, like, at the God Awful Movies live show in Toronto. This was, like, while I was single. It was before I really started dating, and I'm like, maybe I can kind of try and get back into this.
Mhm.
And it was like, okay, well, I'm in Toronto with a bunch of people that, like, I'm gonna only see once in my life, so, like, maybe I should make a move. And, like, she was cute. We seemed to be getting along. So I was like, hey, you want to come back to my room? No, I don't. Okay.
You see, in my case, it was, do you want to come back to my state? And the answer was yes.
You convinced a trans woman to move to Georgia.
Yes, Saki is literally in the other room right now.
You must be, like, the most fucking attractive man on the planet to convince a trans woman to move to Georgia.
No, I'm fairly overweight and need to work on a lot of shit.
Well, I mean, there's more to attraction than just physical. Yeah, no, that says a lot about how great you must be as a partner that you convinced a trans woman to move to Georgia.
My
Saki?
chat's now going slime riz.
Saki, you need to hold him to very high standards. He has to treat you like the fucking queen that you are.
Oh,
And if he ever is not good to you, you just leave his fucking...
Oh, don't tell her that. That's dangerous things to tell her.
Yeah. Anyway, Anonymous just tipped $6.90. I hope there wasn't a message with that because I'm not seeing it. Thank you, Anonymous. Bow-tied Ranger. I hate that this person is Bow-tied Ranger because I wear bow ties.
Oh.
Says Juneteenth was created to replace July 4th. Kwanzaa was created to replace Christmas.
What?
Trans Day of Visibility was created to replace Easter.
What? But it was
They're
on the
methodically-
same day for multiple years, and Easter wasn't on that day. What?
Yeah, no, that's
Fuck.
like, like this. I don't understand. Like, they freaked out about Trans Day of Visibility coinciding
It's been on
with
the
Easter.
same day
It's
for
like,
10 years.
No, Easter's the one that keeps moving around, bitches. Like,
Easter's the one that moves around because Easter tries its damnedest to be on a Sunday. But fucking It's not the same thing for Trans Day of Visibility. That's
Yeah,
been
like,
the 31st
yeah,
for 10 years.
Easter is the one that's like, it has to be the first Sunday after the first full moon after the vernal equinox. Whereas Day of Visibility is just like, yeah, no, it's March 31st or whatever it was. Was it March 31st?
It's March 31st.
Okay, I was correct there. Okay. And also, like, Juneteenth is June 19th. That's like several weeks away from July 4th. And Kwanzaa is like,
Also,
it's not like most people that celebrate Kwanzaa also celebrate Christmas.
yeah,
In my experience.
there's a reason we say that's why it's okay to say happy holidays. Some people want there to be multiple holidays. They can
Even if
celebrate
you're
at
just
once.
fucking Christian, there's multiple holidays in there. Like there's Christmas, okay, in America you guys don't have Boxing Day, but like there's Christmas, there's Boxing Day, there's New Year's, there's Christmas Eve.
There's Christmas. There's the day your kids go back to fucking school.
Yeah.
That's a holiday. We'll call, and I'm sure it's not called one, but it feels like one
Yeah.
for a lot of
But
people.
anyway, like Trans Day of Visibility, March 31st, every fucking year. Easter, it changes every fucking year. So like, no, this isn't Trans Day of Visibility encroaching on Easter. This is Easter encroaching on Trans Day of Visibility. If you guys have a problem with that, then maybe pick a fucking day and stick to it instead of like, because that's the crazy thing that is like, there's so much in Christianity that is taken from paganism. Like the decorating of a Christmas tree, that's a pagan thing. The giving of gifts on Christmas is a pagan thing. There's so much in Christianity that is taken from pagan traditions. But like the way they calculate Easter sounds pagan as fuck, but it's actually not pagan. It's anti-Semitic in origin, not pagan. Not sure that that's better. It's probably worse actually. But like, yeah, no, it was like they needed a way to calculate Easter that would not have it lining up with the Passover because that's a Jewish thing and we can't be Jewish. Like that was the whole origin of how they figured it out. Like it was because the Jewish calendar is a lunar calendar. They had to make it based on the moon somehow, but they wanted it to not be the same as Passover because
They had to make sure it would never fall on
Yeah.
the same day.
Well, not never, but like usually not.
Never say never.
But like, yeah, no, the people who apparently next year Easter's on 420. But yeah, no, these people are fucking idiots. Ben Shapiro, I think that's the last tweet then. Yeah, no, we're ending with Benny Shaps.
Yay.
According to the Biden White House, it is disrespectful and wrong to kill terrorists during Ramadan, but Trans Day of Visibility, TM, must be celebrated on Easter. No, like we said, Easter's the one that moves around. Trans Day of Visibility is the same day every fucking year. If you guys have a problem with it, then maybe do Easter differently. But also, like, disrespectful and wrong to kill terrorists during Ramadan. How much do you want to bet that that's just like that's not actually with regards to killing actual terrorists? That's just
But
like
just like bombing
with regards to-
Palestinians.
yeah, like either bombing Palestinians or killing people at the border for no fucking reason with razor wire or whatever the fuck. Yeah, I don't know. Benny Shapiro's an idiot. And he thinks so wet vagina is a sign of disease.
He also thinks you should buy, he thinks you'll be able to sell coastal property once it's underwater.
Yeah. Speaking of wet vaginas, though, my partner is out in the living room.
Okay.
So, yeah, that'll be the end of the stream. We're running late, as we so often do. I think at this point we should just accept the fact that this show ends at 11 now instead of 10.
Fuck.
Love you too, Suris.
See ya, man.
All right. Talk to you later. Oh, I just killed the live stream before the credits finished. Whoops.
You did a great job. I'm so proud of you. Okay, I'm hopping
All right.
out.
Talk to you later.
Okay. Now I can move the 3D print cam back where it's supposed to be. Which is here. What? No, here. There we go. 3D print cam go burr. So it's technically ending here. So it's Damn it. What you printing now? I am printing another command zone because I know that I want to make one in this color that I have right now because it's a silk filament and they're already hard to print with. And because I know I want to print in that color, I'm just going to go ahead and get that print out of the way now. And then I'll worry about other stuff here in a bit. I need to refill my drink. That's the most important thing in my job right now. Is making sure that guy, God, fucking balls, is making sure that I can do that. Did you miss BGR? No, we started with Vice Rhino basically, and then we're gonna move on to BGR and other stuff. But give me a minute. I will be back in just a sec. Also, yes, small Corvid, my stuff is in a dehydrator right now. I'll use the dehydrator when I know I'm working on a particularly finicky filament.
I'm on a boat. Boots and cats and boots and cats and boots and you woo bits.
Oh boy, what flavor? Okay. Okay. I lived. I've brought myself a small snack because after being sick again, I guess my body is just craving every single calorie it can find. Most of the Discord mod team has been Sparkleford. Well, good for them. I'm glad they figured out what they're into. Adam Holt says, what are you 3D printing? This is a command tray. I'll show you what a completed one looks like. But I have my completed one here. So this is a completed command tray. This is for your life total. This is for commander damage done to you. And this is for how many times you've had to cast your commander from the command zone. So little D4 goes there for how many times you've had to cast your commander. And then spin down, which I don't have a spin down in my hand right now, but spin down D20s go here. And then your commander goes here for playing Magic the Gathering. It's a D6, sorry. So none of that's necessary for playing Commander. I just like having it. Basically. Jassa, my spin downs are in a case in my bag right now. And I don't feel like opening that case. Also, guys, should one of the subathon goals be me providing my voice to some, like, fan content stuff that you guys might want me to do? Like voicing over a comic or something like that? Access scissors, guess what? I have Sketty. Nice. Dither says, do you have a link to the STL file? I do. Give me a second. Here you go.
Let's try this from the boat again. Boots and cats and boots and cats and boots and you wee bits.
Well, Ravi, thank you for the 500 bits. Fuck you for the war words. I should do more singing streams. Man, last time I did a singing stream, I got I got hit by copyright. That was annoying. Sorry, wolfing down potatoes right now. Speaking of voice stuff, I just got paid for one of my gigs, so I have to send money to my agent. And by paid for one of my gigs, I mean I got paid enough to pay for a Waffle House visit. Robbie says, 1,500 bits to finally get my fuck you, I can sleep happy now. Wow, Robbie. Wow. Give me a second. Oh god damn it, that's right, I have to pay Tessa via Ko-fi. Domathon. When does the subathon start anyway? I don't know. I'm thinking probably next week. I'm thinking that's probably what I'm gonna have to do. Let's see. J. Rodimus says, bruh. What? Hold on. Good to know I get paid then? We. Boop, 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 boop. Fritz says, hey, my stream ban is over. Congratulations. Graver Blade says Millennium Calendar is very silly, but it's a very fun win condition. Oh yeah, the doubler until you hit everybody dies numbers. Okay, sorry. I have done my part on everything I need to do. And account for every permanent you untap. 2-tap double the counters at 1,000 counters. All opponents lose 1,000 life. Suris has provided for his corporeal form. We must rejoice. Jessica says, thoughts on group hug? Yeah, it's always a lie. So I actually don't like group hug decks. I really don't. Because there's always one player at the table who is built to go super fast to begin with, and the group hug player just hands that guy a license to kill. Eh. Said, what's a group hug deck? A group hug deck is a deck in Magic the Gathering that's goal is to give everybody at the table as many resources as possible instead of winning. If it wins, it tries to win via interesting methods as opposed to, like, attack everybody for gain stuff. Crow Valentine says, also, I think you've affected my Facebook ads. Marketplace keeps suggesting MTG cards being sold. Good. All right. Your way of winning is Orcish Bowmaster? Just Orcish Bowmaster? Or do you have other type of effects like Orcish Bowmaster? Like Underworld Dreams and Sheoldred? Because that means you're not a group hug deck, you're a group slug deck. You're the guy who likes stasis and capsize? Oh, then you're not a guy. You're a mistake. You have food finally? Ah. Sylvie, so Stasis says that players don't get untap phases, which means the game basically slows to a standstill. Griever, why do you think Scheherazade should be allowed in Commander? What kind of games are you trying to have where that card is, like, facilitating better ones? You got a few, you got a new vegan cheese at the store to try, and holy shit, it's good. Nice. Graver says high school lunchroom nostalgia games. Okay, but if you're having high school lunchroom nostalgia games, then Scheherazade's not good for those either, because those games are on a strict time limit. Have you played with any of the Transformers cards? Yes, that's why I made a video about Flame War. Digiviction says, hey, I've returned to catch one of your streams. Have you played any Digimon games or Ace Attorney games? No and no to either of them. I wanted to play Digimon games growing up, but I just didn't have a PlayStation, and that's where most of them were. I didn't get a PlayStation until, like, well into the PS2's lifespan. So to remember the winner of a high school lunchroom game is the one that every other player was most pissed at? No, not really. I played Magic and Yu-Gi-Oh! Both in high school at the lunch table, and that wasn't the case there. Not generally speaking. Like, I try to respect other people's time, basically, is what I'm saying. And I feel like part of respecting other players' time is recognizing that there are certain cards and effects that are just not great at facilitating happy and fun games when everybody's on a time limit, or when everybody's only got one day that they can get off of work to go play some Commander games. Like, I don't want the game that I force a player into to be a miserable experience for them. Jassa says, I can't play Group Slug because I'm not building a red deck. Wait, no, black Group Slugs too. That's what Shieldred does. But says different times. I guess I came from Star Wars collectible card game where a normal game could go for a couple hours. And I would say that that's a downside to that game then. Like, the ideal time frame for a game of, like, a one-on-one card game should be no more than 40 minutes. And ideally less than that. Like, standard tournament match time is usually like 50 minutes for a TCG. And that's giving you a match, like best of 2 or best of 3. I feel like when a game is made to take up that much time, it's a game that was designed without the respect for the player's time in mind. There are some games that thrive in that environment. Like D&D thrives in that environment. But that's a tabletop game. That's a thing where, like, you're planning... And like, tabletop in general is something where you're planning on dedicating a lot of individual time for. Whereas card games, I feel like they're built more for tournaments, which want to be quicker. Jazz says, my favorite game was 5 to 10, 8-player, 2-headed giant plane chase. No, that sounds just excruciating for me. And I don't say excruciating hyperbolically. I mean, like, literally brain hurting from migraine pain. Like, actual physical pain that I have to take medication for is what I'm saying. So I don't. No, it's one of the reasons why I'm glad I haven't tried to hop into Warhammer or anything like that. I've only got so much time, and I enjoy what I've chosen to occupy my time with. Generally speaking, so we had a dinner break. If you have to have a dinner break in the middle of your Commander game, I don't want to be in your Commander game. I don't. I appreciate that other people can find an appreciation for that kind of gameplay, and I'm happy that the format can facilitate that. But I do not like that kind of game. Now, I say that while also being the person who forced a game into a 2-hour-long game on Kuro's channel by playing Sephiroth and grinding players into the dirt. But I think there's a difference between I am stalling the game out so that I don't die versus my deck's design is stall game out. Yeah, different strokes for different folks. I can't do those kinds of games. I can't. More power to the people who can, and I'm happy that they can find enjoyment the way they are able to. That's cool for them. Let's see here. Also, Dora, thank you for the follow. Cybershill says this is kind of the problem for a lot of friends with roleplay games. We forget that newcomers may not have as much time to spend as we do. I think that's a good thing about games in general. There's something for everyone. Yeah, like there's something for everybody. There is. Sylvie says, you make me want to reinvest into MTG, even though I have no one to play with. Sylvie, Spell Table exists. The people to play with are all over the internet these days. Like, it's very easy to find a game of Commander. Dark Excalibur says, my groups these days can only play tabletop RPGs for like 4 hours every 2 weeks. It's a big adjustment. Like, I thought that I would have more time since I started, you know, doing YouTube years ago. And I would have more time to go do fun things. But I don't. Like... And it sucks, but that is just kind of the reality of taking on a whole bunch of stuff on your own. Said, I run game rooms at Anime Con, so I tend to dabble in an absurd variety of games. Pretty much have a necessity to be able to run as much stuff as possible. Yeah, I can't. So a friend of mine asked me if I wanted to try another card game at some point. And I think it was Force of Will. And I almost had a visceral reaction of going like, no, fuck no. And it's because anytime that I've dabbled in another card game while having a primary card game, I lose a lot of money, and then I never have time to play the game. So then I end up having lost the money for no good reason. So I tend to hold on to a handful of things, and that's about it. Have you ever been into the Pokemon TCG? I had Shinepal built last meta. But I've also played Waterbox. I've also played Quad Lapras. I've been into the Pokemon trading card game at varying stages of life. But I can't stay invested in it because when my weekend comes and I leave the house and I go to the card shop, there's only one thing being played there. It's everybody's playing Magic. And during the days that I have off, there's only one game to be played at all. Magic. I can't bring myself to do more in any game when I know there's going to be no opportunity for me to play it with the time that I've got. Now, if I could, say, focus full-time on a Magic the Gathering channel, I would be able to dedicate a lot of time to doing a lot of different TCGs. But I know that that's not going to happen, not just because of the size of the channel and how little it's growing right now, but also because I recognize that I'm not going to stop talking about politics shit. Because I know that something's going to happen that I'm going to care about, and I'm going to make a, I'm going to end up making a video on it, and then there will be. As always. Sylvia says, I played the Pokemon TCG Game Boy Advance game before, and it made me not really like the TCG, but I recognize it's extremely dated. Yeah, the game that exists in that and the game that exists now are two different games. Justice says my LGS has specific days for stuff. So the problem is my LGS kind of does. My LGS kind of has specific days for stuff. But in reality, Commander's the only thing they play there. Sylvie says the game was 70% spent flipping a coin and based on RNG. What? No. What? The only coin flip mechanics in that game are, like, confusion. And whether your Pokemon stops being burned or poisoned, I think? No, whether your Pokemon stays paralyzed or sleeping. Shasta says, played the Yu-Gi-Oh! Game Boy Advance game, couldn't understand it, returned it to get Pokemon Ruby. I don't understand not understanding Yu-Gi-Oh! Espen says, there's a few attacks flipping coin between doing 30 or no damage. I guess Kangaskhan had a coin flipping attack, right? Animala says, largest animal you think you'd kill with your bare hands? Probably none. Well, I guess there's some insects I could kill. Pikachu says, exclamation mark, drop clothes. Okay. No, I'm not going to do that. I do remember that I'm supposed to turn on flesh cam, though, because of what Onyx put through. So I guess we'll be doing that. I guess that means we're gone. Where do I have that anyway? Ah, there it is. Said Suris, no. No, it's happening. It has to. There we go. And, well, I guess, goodbye VTuber model for now. I guess there we are. Oh, that's a zoom. That's the zoom button. Hey, where's my chat go? There it is. The fuck is the chat doing up there? Go back where you're supposed to. Jesus Christ. You meant the clothes being dropped. Oh, yeah, no, not that. Not that. Fennec says, besides Magic the Gathering, what other hobbies do you have? Well, currently 3D printing, obviously, because I'm doing that right now. And playing video games are the other ones. Going to the gym, I guess we can call that a hobby, but I haven't been able to go for 3 weeks. Fennec says, why is the audio in your mouth out of sync? It's not. I can assure you it's not. Refresh your page, but I can assure you it's not. Word Girl 46 says, you can't tell us what to do. Bitch, I might be able to. Razor says, you should use your VR for fitness. No, I don't. VR makes me sick. I haven't touched my VR anything in ages. My Quest 2, I don't even know where it is. And I'm going to be honest, the box trackers that I was sent have been in the box since I got them. It is not until my brain decides to fixate on them that it will do anything in regards to them at all. Suris can tell us what I do. It might not mean we're any good at listening. Morbid Palace says, stop it, I do as I'm told. Fine. Go eat healthy food, go to the gym, go have a healthy social life, and come back and read a book. There. Go do happy. Go do happy things. Yeah, Yumi is going to be a better fit for the tracker stuff because I don't and can't care. I am willing to use things when I have to for work. But outside of that, it is not my realm of expertise. And not my realm of area that I can deal with, I guess is the best way to put it. Like, I don't know the best way to put it. I don't know the best way to put it. But I also realize that I may have ADHD squirreled on something for you, Razor. And I'm double-checking that I haven't. Was there any part of the project that you've been working on that I was supposed to be handling in the last 3 months as my brain decided to fall into a depressive and unworking mush? If so, I sincerely apologize. And if you are still willing to work with me on stuff, then I will manage that. But I don't know if I'm misremembering that there is or is not stuff that I need to be doing. Jess says, I kid. I'm going to Outlaws of Thunder Junction pre-on for that Friday. So, this Friday is SGC Con in Atlanta. Okay, then Razor, when it is time to refocus on your project that we were working on, let me know so I can. Yeah, SGC Con is this Saturday, and entry is free, but parking in Atlanta is not, and food in Atlanta is not, and cards at the con are not. So there's a part of me that's like, SGC Con is happening. I want to go. And then there's the sane part of me that goes, I don't have money to go there. And I currently need to work on getting money to live. So how about we don't go? Maybe that'll be a next year thing. Maybe. Also, Grieverblade, thank you for the follow. Crow, thank you for redeeming your points for an... you fucking degen. A free con, damn. Yeah, it's free because the playing tables are not. Crow says, Mike? I watched my mic and it didn't have a problem. What? BC says living is kind of important. Yeah, and I'm not gonna lie, I didn't get to do any networking during DreamHack Atlanta. So... Are you going to the pre-release event? I can go to the pre-release event because that's at least... Like, okay, so... I'm not tempted to buy a lot of Magic cards when I go to my local game store because I know what their stock looks like. I generally do because I go there enough. If I go to a con, though, every single place puts their wares out in front on the big tables, and I would immediately want to go do stuff that I can't afford to do. And I know that, and I hate that, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Like, it sucks, because it's a free con. It just isn't something I can afford to do still. So. Well, I guess I'm fixing that. Yeah, buying things you like is tempting. I know that feeling. Yeah, and I'm not in a position to do that. Grieverblade, thank you for the Prime subscription. And I'm also not in a position to feel comfortable doing a subathon where I'm like, hey guys, help me get out of credit card debt. And help me pay for a water heater. And all of that. And then turn around and go to a con. Like, it just... That makes my brain feel weird in a bad way. So, like, I want to go. But I don't think I can convince my brain that it's okay to go. It said, chat, we have to forcibly pay for the con specifically. Please don't. If you send any money, I would really prefer it being used for the credit card debt thing and for, like, like that's what I would prefer, and not the con. I can't simultaneously be fooked needing to pay for bills with the credit card and also go to a con. Sylvie says, so we send more money. So we send more money than needed. Okay, but the number that I put there is already ludicrous. Like, I can't ask for that, and I'm not going to. So what I'm gonna do, so 120%, that would be adding $2,000 to the target, which, no. But yes, no, that's not happening. Oh my God. I'm gonna go into the topic because you guys are being stupid. That's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do. It's only a felony if you get caught. Morbid Palace says, just be appreciative. If I had this kind of love coming at me, we'd have an episode out every 2 months. Embrace the love. I I do appreciate the love, and I appreciate it. I also recognize that even by trying to just ask for what is required to get everything zeroed out and comfortable again, I am basically asking for too fucking much. Like, there's a reason I don't have it being shown on screen right now, because I don't want to incentivize it. If it happens, it happens. Probably will show it on screen during the subathon, but not before. Not really. It just feels... I don't know how to explain how gross it feels to put a number that large there. Like, I don't know how to make it make sense. So he says, have you had any experience with the Stream Deck? Yes. Yes, I do have experience with the Stream Deck. It's right there. Said Steam Deck? Yes. I do have a Steam Deck. I got me and Saki Steam Decks for Christmas. It's one of the things that I'm still paying off right now, but I wanted to make sure that she had a good Christmas. So... Razor says, I know a streamer who gets 4K subs a month. If I got 4K subs right now, that would zero out every single debt I have. Like, I mean, it wouldn't stop my car payment and my mortgage, but, like, you know what I mean. The debts that you expect to be paid off sooner rather than later. Like, that would be an amount of money that would allow me to start new projects for my art team every single week, as opposed to, as of right now, where it's, like, once a year. Would you recommend it as a cheaper alternative to a PC? No. So, for $400, you can get a Steam Deck, or you can build a gaming rig that can do just about everything that the Steam Deck does, and if a piece breaks, you can fix it. Panic, why do you need help? You'll be fine. So he says, I would compare to a gaming laptop. PJ Blazers has 400 to build. How, where? So Facebook Marketplace has people that build PCs for about 350 to 400 bucks. You can build a gaming PC. It's just not going to be able to run, like, the new Call of Duty. Like, you can build for that price. You'll always get more power out of building. So it won't run Genshin? What? Why would it not be able to run Genshin? That runs on a potato. Said Steam Decks aren't even close to gaming laptops. You can get gaming laptops with higher specs and you can't fit. Okay, but Anthony, that doesn't mean anything because it's... Yes, I can buy a $2,000 gaming laptop that's going to do more than a Steam Deck. However, that doesn't fucking mean anything. Like, the issue is... Will you be able to build something comparable for the amount of money? Like, you're not going to find a gaming laptop for $300 or $400 that's going to be decent. They start off at about $1,000. I know, I have one. If you ignore the money aspect, then yeah, we can do more by jizzing in the wind, I guess. Per performance, a desktop is always going to get you what you want for less money in general. Always go. Like, you cannot get a... I was responding to the person to compare them to laptops. Okay. Fair. Still. Still. Maybe we eat the CEOs of Intel and NVIDIA. The big thing with a PC though is that if a piece breaks, you can replace it, and if a piece needs an upgrade, you can upgrade it. You cannot do that on a Steam Deck to a respectable degree, and you can't do that on a laptop. And I'm having this opinion as somebody who owns a gaming laptop and a Steam Deck and a gaming PC. Bullshit Production says opinions on the ROG Ally. I don't have opinions on it. I don't have one. I've not given it a shot. Yeah, and usually if a laptop can upgrade things, it's the RAM. That's about it. Anthony says, my point was that even a $1,000 laptop is going to get... Okay, but for $1,000, you can get 2 Steam Decks. Like... That's why I didn't think it was even a notable comparison, because if somebody doesn't have $1,000 in their pocket, which I'm assuming Sylvie doesn't, but somebody does have $300 or $400 in their pocket, they can't even think about the laptop. They can think about a gaming desktop though, and the gaming desktop will do them better. So he says, I only have $10 to my name currently. Then your best bet, if you need a PC to do gaming and you only have $10, the best thing you can do is find somebody who makes gaming PCs as a hobby or as a job, like a person who does it from their home. And with that person, what you need to do is you need to do favors for them. Basically. Is the only real avenue you'll have at that point. or find something that is collaterally worth that trade. I had a vehicle at the time when I got my first, like, actual powerful gaming rig. I had a vehicle that was worth enough for the trade. Graber Blade says, "Hi, I'm that person. DM me, we can talk." Well, Sylvie Snow, if you need somebody who's good at building gaming computers and has retired workstation pieces and can build a computer with them and is willing to do so for favors based on skills you may have, that looks like in the chat, Griever Blade is specifically saying that they would be willing to work with you on that. So you can have a starter PC, because I'm assuming that that's what they would be building off of workstation parts. You can have a starting PC, and if you've got some skills that Griever needs to utilize, then there you go. Easy peasy. Seems simple. Sylvie says, "I have no skills or anything of equal or more value to offer." So I will contest that. I have found that in my time on this planet, the people who are least adept at figuring out if they have a skill are the people who have those skills. Generally speaking. So, when you say, "I don't have any skills," if someone has no skills, they simply don't survive. Dark Excalibur says, "I have a friend with serious skills. Her problem is she thinks things are easy for her. It isn't a skill." And I have that problem as well. Like, there's a lot of things that I find very easy to do. Don't take a lot of time for me anymore. I don't really consider those things skills. I have to have other people tell me those things are skills. Hitchmeister says, "It's likely you have skills you're so good at you don't even think of it as a skill." I sent in some of my voice work to my agent today, and she sent me back just a ton of... Let me find the exact stuff that it was. "I'm listening to these lines. I love your voice work. You're so good at this. I don't feel the need to change any of what you've sent me. You sent multiple takes, and at least one of them per line was exactly what I was looking for. I've helped produce a few other things at this point, and a solid amount of folks that I tried to do. I do this for different projects, and they just don't have what I'm looking for, but you're a cut above the rest. You actually have range, a good workflow, great audio already, and it's easy to work with without filters." I don't consider voicing things a skill of mine. Like, I don't consider it a skill of mine. It is a thing I can do. Dark Excalibur says, "Your voice work is amazing. It's why I kept trying to get you to apply for the Sojourn." My problem is I have few spoons, so I tend to forget what I'm even supposed to be putting effort into. Like, I've forgotten what the sojourn is. I feel like that's a skill issue on my part, and I'm sorry about that. Let's see here. I want you alive more than I want you in my favorite sci-fi audio drama. Let's see here. Do. Let's see here. So, an award-winning science fiction audio drama with a full voice cast. Okay, but how would I even join something like this? Like, I don't understand how I would do that. Like, that's just not a skill I have, is knowing how any of that works. I send you the casting call? Fuck. Maybe I did? Yeah, send me the next one when it comes through, and I'm sorry, the last 3 months have been a blur. Like, it has been a blur of barely being able to tell if I'm functional. Hell, my birthday came and it didn't feel like a birthday. I know I watched... Fair. Oh, boy. Anyway. Let's talk biblical gender roles. Let's do that. Let's do that. So there's fan art. Alrighty, let's talk biblical gender roles. I don't want to talk about biblical gender roles, but he wrote an article recently that, God, it's like anything that he writes, it just kind of sounds like abuse. So I'm going to be doing a video on it. But before we cover any of that, I'm printing a command tray. Before we cover any of that, we do need to cover fan art. That's got to happen first. So, this one is going to be multiple pieces of fan art because it is a repost from Robotic Kitty. This is a repost of all of their fan art so far. Most have already been seen, but they wanted to repost them onto the new server since we had the new server. So here is me and Saki as Pokemon trainers. I adore this one. I used it as a phone background for a long time. This one is an Eldritch Saki, apparently. This one is a very, very cute one of my avatar. Then there is me and Saki on a date at an ice cream shop, despite us both being lactose intolerant, with a timer down there, Catboy milkshakes in the background, a male Holshan, it looks like Blizzy in a cup, Lord Dumpy right here, and it looks like Kidderdoodle, or not Kidderdoodle, Robotic Kitty, their avatar right there. And then there is this one, which was a sketch based off of a pose with me and my girlfriend right here. And then this one, which looks like I'm about to club someone to death. And then this one, which is a actual IRL piece of fan art that was produced of Saki holding a slime Suris. And they are all fucking adorable. Thank you, Robotic Kitty, for all of these. I figured I would go ahead and post them all at once because it is just way easier to do that. So, thank you very much for that. If you want your fan art to be shown in a future video, the best way to do so is to drop it into the fan art section of the Discord. With that said, and I'm doing that as a way to mask the fact that I just had to itch my nose because animal hair is a thing, and even though I have everything I need to stop it from feeling horrible. It's just there. And when I'm behind my avatar, I can scratch my nose, and it doesn't matter. But then I'm not behind my avatar, so I have to make up shit for why I'm there. Anyway, biblical gender roles. Let's go ahead and talk about what he decided to put up. And in the meantime, we're going to take this 3D printed cam and we're going to move it down here so you can still see it doing its work. But we will be focusing most of our efforts on this thing here. So the actual title of the Biblical Gender Roles article here that our boy Larry is writing, and I know that now that I'm covering BGR again, I'm going to get a DM from my friend Renita about how ballsing stupid this man is, which happens every time I cover BGR, which is perfectly fine. But it tells me that he resonates with a lot of people. Not in a good way, though. Not going to credit the pick. Way to go, Larry. The title of this for the audio-only listeners is Why You Shouldn't Always Be Kind to Your Wife. Now, for stuff like this, I like to look up definitions of things. So, kind definition. Let's see here. Let's see here. Being kind. Definition. Let's just start with that, right? The quality of being friendly, generous, or considerate. I guess I shouldn't be friendly, generous, or considerate to my partner. Huh. Hold on a minute. Obviously, I have to go prove this. 1 second. Give me a minute. This way. So I was told to die. I guess this won't work well for everybody. But I tried. I tried to do exactly what I was told to do by Larry here. Quick, run to Saki's stream. Dark Excalibur says that's science. So, let's go ahead and read through here. Most people, including most Christians, would be furious at the very idea that there are times that a man should not be kind to his wife. And this is because despite living in the information age, people in America and the rest of Western civilization are woefully ignorant of concepts our ancestors understood well. Ah, yes. Traditionalism. Let's go. My favorite. Clearly the mistake is that you aren't married. Only wives put up with unkindness. She's not your property yet. Ah, yes. Sorry. You're right. You're entirely right. Let me go try again. Hold on a minute. I have been told not to listen to the internet. So, she stabbed him, didn't she? Okay, well, so that didn't work. Living room sofa for the night in 3, 2, 1. Okay, but we just put a sofa in the bedroom. So it's not going to be for tonight, because I would just be in the bedroom again. Oh, boy.
What is also sad is how many people will simply read the title of this post and not read past the first paragraph to have their preconceptions about kindness challenged. But if you are a person who is strong enough emotionally and spiritually to have your beliefs challenged, then I encourage you to keep reading.
My God, this sounds obnoxious. I remember when I started my channel, and I started it in a very, very, like, edgy, stupid atheist way. Like, very, very edgy atheist. And when I was advertising it around, there were two places I advertised it. One to friends and two on Kick. I started my channel advertising to people on Kick. I've talked about this before. So, I remember if I sent my channel to someone who I knew was a Christian, in my friends or family, I would say, hey, do you want to see my channel? Are you okay with having your beliefs challenged? And that was such an arrogant way to do that. That was such an arrogant way to communicate what my channel was. I got in fights with family members about that. As opposed to going, here's my opinions on things. Whether or not they're correct is up for other people to figure out, but I feel as though these things are this way. It was, no, are you ready to have your beliefs challenged? Are you ready to find out that everything you've heard is a lie? Like, as if I'm the arbiter of that kind of information. But
the Bible commands all Christians, be ye kind one to another, and it specifically tells husbands render unto the wife due benevolence, and benevolence translates to the Greek word for kindness. But kindness is not the only duty of a husband. Men have a God-given duty to be kind to their wives.
all right, we're on a good foot so far, I guess.
However, a man's duty to be kind to his wife is only one type of duty, one of the many duties God has given him, and the scriptures never present a man's duty to be kind to his wife as what should be the driving force in his life.
So I guess happy wife, happy life never actually happens anymore. Okay.
Men also have the God-given duties to rule over their wives, as well as lead, provide for, protect, teach, rebuke, and discipline their wives.
All right, you know what? You're right. Hold on. Let me just... I'm going to copy-paste this one because I need proof. I'm going to copy-paste this one for proof. And then we're going to send that to Saki. And you know what? He's right. We should try again. It's God ordained, obviously. Obviously. Okay, so, I think I may have to build a doghouse, and then sleep in it now. I don't think this is going to work, Larry. I don't think any of this is going to work, Larry.
So, he then says, men also have the God-given duties to... Yeah, I already read that part. Men are not just called to provide for their wives and children, but also called to be diligent in their work, increasing their skills, and making their mark on the world through their life's work. Men have a God-given duty to use their wives to satisfy all of their sexual desires and to avoid fornication.
Oh boy, I'm gonna go in the doghouse again. I'm not even going to attempt that one. I'm not even going to attempt that one.
When should a man be unkind, aka displeasing to his wife?
What kind of flowers do you want for your funeral? I'm going to try to avoid the funeral as best I can. Okay, thanks.
A man's actions, whether it be career he chooses, how many hours he works, his rules for the children, his rules for his wife, and what he desires from her sexually, may not always be pleasing to her. All right, Larry's just letting everybody know that he won't always be pleasing his wife. That's good information to have. Hitchmeister says, coward. I'm a coward. Okay. Hold on. I don't know if this is gonna work. Let's find out.
Hello?
And apparently I have a God-given duty to use my partner to satisfy all of my sexual desires. It's my responsibility.
Jesus! Men have a God-given duty to use Roman 127, their wives to satisfy Proverbs 5:19, all their sexual desires in order to avoid.
Yep.
What the fuck?
I already told the chat I probably have to both build the doghouse and sleep in it now. So I figured at this point it was at least worth a shot.
God. Jesus.
That's half the problem, hun.
Apparently. What the actual hell?
I love you, hun.
Hey, how do you make holy water, hun? Boil the hell out of it.
I'm going to hop off the call now. That hurt.
Yeah?
Have fun on Terraria, hun. Jesus Christ. Jesus, hell. Stop says I'll 3D model the gravestone and get Suris to print it out. Okay. I'll be dead come morning. Yep. Okay.
There are going to be times when a wife will not like her husband's job or the hours he has to work at his job. She may even be angry or hurt by the kind of work he's doing. But each man must choose his own path when it comes to his career. His wife cannot choose for him. Should men seek career advice? Absolutely, but men should seek advice in these matters from other elder men with experience in the careers they seek to enter. Yes, never run whether or not it's a good idea to do a career thing by your wife. She just doesn't know any better. She's just a woman, right? Fucking hell. Oy, oy, oy. Quakester says, Saki, is he going to be on the couch or in the doghouse? On the issues of rules and discipline for children, should a man include his wife's advice? Yes, especially when the children are younger, as women are gifted with greater insight in how to handle small children.
How? What? But what mechanic do they have? What? I'm trying to figure out what mechanic they have that makes them gifted in this way. I'm trying to figure that out. Like, I can understand the preconception of like a mother bears a child and then the mother has a affinity for the child, that type of thing. I can understand the misconception, but I can't understand the proof. Yeah, citation needed. Citation needed.
In other words, a wife must understand that when it comes to how her husband will make rules and policies for their children, she is but one voice in that discussion. A very important voice to be sure, but certainly not the only voice.
Okay, yeah, nobody said that there weren't other voices there? What?
Should a husband seek to please his wife in the marital bed? The answer is sometimes, but not all the time.
What? Hold on, my guy, are you telling me that when you go to have hanky-pank with your wife, both of you having the goal of pleasing each other is not the primary concern? Sometimes you should just go there to be pleased? Okay, so full disclosure. When I initiate the thing with my partner, my primary goal is pleasing her. Because I know that as a guy, my pleasure's gonna come. It's gonna happen. It is inevitable. It's a bit harder to please your partner. Learning the ins and outs of their body, learning the things that they enjoy, learning what you're not allowed to do and what you are allowed to do. Those things take time. And if your goal every time you go into the bedroom is make sure that your partner is satisfied and taken care of, they will satisfy and take care of you, generally speaking. If you go in there sometimes and you're like, nope, today is a good day for blowjobs, and that's it, then I'm sorry, but once we get to that point, your time in the bed is going to start diminishing. This is one of the reasons why Larry has to write an entire blog about how it's the wife's responsibility to fuck her husband, because if he doesn't do that, then he knows that eventually his wife's not going to want to fuck him anymore. He literally has to say, God told you to give me your vagina. And that's the only way he knows he's going to get pussy. What is going on in the chat? So Suris is no longer allowed to do the Gok 9000 Masaki, according to Larry. Don't stick it into her belly button unless she's into that. Fucking hell. Fucking hell.
In other words... Oh, hold on. Sorry. This is why the Bible commands men to use their wives to satisfy all their sexual desires so that they will be less tempted to commit fornication.
Ah, yes. It will be your wife's fault if you cheat, as opposed to a personal choice you've made.
In other words, for a man to fully use his wife to satisfy his sexual desires, as God commands, he may need to have sex with her at times and in ways which are displeasing or unkind to her. And there is no sin in this, because God does not require that a man be kind or pleasing to his wife in all things at all times, not even in the sexual arena.
What? That whole thing is just like, come on, honey. It's time. You're not going like this, but I gotta use you. That's right, spread them butt cheeks. I know you don't like anal, but it's time. Like, no, what the fuck? Shit makes my skin crawl. I joke about it as a coping mechanism.
And for those who claim that sex is not a need, it is only a want, the Bible shows that sex is a need for both women and men, blah, 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 blah.
I'm not going to read the rest of that, because I actually do agree with this one. If you are in a relationship and you are not asexual, there is a high chance that having sex in some way, shape, or form, whether it be with mouth, hand, vagubu, sausage, whatever, that is a need of yours, a need that you and your partner need to have a discussion on fulfilling. In this one, I actually do agree. It is a thing that is considered a need in relationships, and there are relationships that have completely broken apart because of an inability to have sex or sexual incompatibility. For many people, these are non-negotiable needs in a relationship, and that's an understandable thing. But you know, you can have that conversation without it being use your wife as a fleshlight. Just fucking.
And then it says, not only do men need sex more often than women.
Okay, so instead of a compromise between you and your partner, now it's just we're turning that needs conversation into a takes conversation. I see. Jesus.
A woman who only has sex with her husband on her terms will fail to ravish her husband. This may bring some satisfaction for the husband, but it will never bring sexual intoxication or total satisfaction.
So, what if the husband's aromantic? Or asexual, rather? What if they're ace? Like, what if the wife is hypersexual and the husband is asexual? And the husband is the one with really restrictive rules on when he can fuck, because it's not a need for him, generally speaking. I guess nuance is dead.
My point here is that whether it is the husband having to correct his wife for something she said or did wrong, or him making a family decision she does not agree with, or him having sex with her at a time or in a way that she does not like, that might kind of might maybe be rape, a man will sometimes have to act in an unkind, displeasing way towards his wife to fulfill his other duties in her life.
That's right, honey. I can't go to work until you fuck my dick. Apparently. I said that loud enough for her to hear. I'm going to the doghouse tonight. I'm fucking dead.
When should a man be kind to his wife?
Always. I think we can skip. I think we can skip that. Like, when should you be kind to your partner? I don't know. Probably all the time. Like, unless they've got a gun aimed at your head and the time for kindness has ended. Maybe the answer is all the time. Does he have anything else in here? Okay, he does. He does. I think. Yep. There's a little more.
Can a man's duties sometimes conflict? Yes, sometimes one duty a man has will trump another temporarily. For instance, a man's duty to be diligent in his work and to use his wife to satisfy his sexual desires may sometimes be trumped by his duty to care for his wife when she has serious health issues.
Ah, yes, I'm so glad that when your wife is sick and hemorrhaging in the bed, that is a good enough reason not to use her as a fleshlight. I'm so happy.
Still, other times a man's work will take him far away from home for a period, causing him to not be able to fulfill his duty to give himself in the marital bed to his wife and to be present for his children. This is the balancing act that God has given to each man to perform in his life. The balancing act of use your wife as a sex toy,
apparently. Yeah, no, every single way this is worded is fucking gross, Larry. Every way this is worded is just astoundingly stupid. It treats women not as people, but as objects to be utilized, as opposed to them being equals that are on the same ground as you. Women can vote like you can now, Larry, and I know you might not be happy about that, but that is a thing they can do now. Women have the ability to vote. They have the ability to fart in public without you feeling like that's a thing that women aren't allowed to do anymore. Like, women can just do things that men can do. They're allowed in the military. They're allowed to drive. They're allowed to do all those things. Catch up with 2024, Larry. It's okay for women to be in public and have equal rights as men. And apparently, based on this article, that's not the case. He would rather women be basically glorified sex toys that need to be used anytime that they that the husband wants. Apparently. Anyway, that's enough. That is enough of BGR. I cannot handle more of that, man. Jinx says, nonsense if women show too much leg. It's indecent exposure. You're right. Anyway, that's the next thing we're talking about. Insert in the video tagline here. I hit the wrong button. Oi, oi, oi. Larry must keep it in the church. Okay. I'm gonna boot up video games because I want to talk about this thing while also playing video games. That's what I want to do. Oh, you took psychic damage? I'm sorry, Lunar Muse. How's it going, Katini? How's it going, Tigus? Sirs, did you happen to look through the categories he has on there? No, I didn't. I did not. No. Should have known you were in for a fun time with the dude misspelled. Shouldn't at the start of the article? Don't worry, Suris will grovel at Saki's feet tonight. You don't know what I'm into. You don't know what I'm into. Give me a second. Hold on. Hold on. There we go. That's something I want to hop onto. And then this one here. All right, where's my Banjo Kazooie? Where'd I put it? Video resources. Do this. And then we'll turn that off. That goes over here. And then we go over here, over to Twitter? Twitch. That's where we're at. Twitch. This is where we are. Where is it? There we are. Suris didn't break anything. Not yet. Maybe. All right, Banjo Kazooie. We are here doing this. Out. Back. Birdie. Controller plug-in. D-input. Everything's set the way it should be. And volume mixer. Let's pull that over here. And let's do that. Old Gus, thank you for redeeming your points for an owl. And, fucking, why? Necrochild, why? Necrochild has decided to, redeem an Ulu. Because apparently they like killing babies, I guess. Fucking weird-ass people with your weird anime noises. Why? Stop! One of these is normal and appropriate. The other one is evil and wrong. Probably. Oi, oi, oi. Oi, oi, oi. Where's my fan art stuff? Suris, you're in with the baby cannon. Stop slandering. All right, there we go. And we scroll that in. Alrighty. It's time to talk about gamers, I guess, because we can't have nice things. Gamers are mad about something, again, I guess. And one of them was a WoW dev. And that's the part that sucks the most, is that's my childhood, but apparently some of the people who used to work on World of Warcraft are just grifty pieces of shit now. So we are going to be talking about which WoW dev? Which WoW dev? Grums. They go by Grums, but also they are their name is Mark Kern. They were on the original team for Diablo 2. They were on the original team for World of Warcraft. We've got some stuff, and we'll see. You'll see. Let me guess, Gamergate 2.0. Maybe not quite, but we'll get there. First, let's get into fan art. It's very, very brief, very, very quick, very easy. This is a piece from the Oberon team, a system on our Discord. Said, please be careful opening up your pudding cups. There's a slime inside. Do not open. Please don't open. He doesn't deserve that. Anyway, as always, thank you all for your fan art submissions. Anybody who dropped stuff into the fan art section of the Discord, I appreciate all of you greatly. And it's the please do not open the slime bean, and it will always be there. Jinx says, Sweet Baby Inc. being against anti-SJWs is somehow bad, I guess. Yeah, no, oh boy. Oh boy. Let's cover this. Let's cover this. So I didn't know that this guy was a thing until recently, but everything he bitches about on Twitter is, gamers did woke things, and that's bad. Apparently. So this is him going, it's always the jawline! No reason to give every woman in AAA games a male jaw! So why do they do it? Did you know that some women have square jawlines? Did you know you can square your jawline more by giving blowjobs? Did you know this means that this is technically a moment where misogyny has actually backfired on somebody? Do you not want women that can give fantastic blowjobs because they have strong jaw muscles? Apparently. But, yeah, this is the main character of Star Wars Outlaws. And everybody, the Gamergate 2 people are just like, no, it's a male jawline. It's bad. We hate it. I don't see what matters here. Like, the only unattractive thing I see is the tattoo. Like, I'm not attracted to tattoos. So, like, but that's a personal preference thing. I don't see how this is a male jawline. This is just a strong jaw. This is just a strong jaw. I'm just confused. I'm just confused. And there's people, like, I've got friends that have responded on this, clowning on him, like Booker, going, every man in these replies is gay. Genuinely a bunch of goners who have never touched a real woman. Yeah, like, I don't get it. And it's not just him. This is we're going to play some Banjo Kazooie here, because I'm ready to play some fucking Banjo Kazooie, but we're going to bitch about this man-child and this whole spiel in greater detail during the course of this, because there's more to it than this. So, the other part of this conversation has been Stellar Blade. And Stellar Blade, the only fucking thing people can seem to talk about in regards to this game is that the main character is sexually attractive. That's it. That's all they care about. That is, from top to bottom, that's all. And I don't get it. Because, like, when we look through the conversations on this, people are saying that Stellar Blade, which looks like a bog standard Bayonetta God of War spectacle hack and slash, is going to change the gaming landscape because of this character here. Now, I have those screenshots for something else. I'll show you that in a second.
EWW and ad. Time to resub.
But thank you very much for that sub, Greenwald. So, I'm going to read through this, and I'm going to read it in the voice that I feel like is most appropriate for this. I hope you're ready. This is why the technology has advanced as far as it has. Just for us as humanity to be able to capture the female body in all its glory. If the PlayStation 5 has any reason to exist, it is to show off how beautifully animated Eva's body is. It's graceful and leaves you speechless. The photo does not do this woman's body justice. It shifts up. If Shift Up started working on this in 2019, the first 2 years was spent perfectly capturing Eva's body. It is an achievement and a marvel that gives pride in humankind. You cannot own a PS5 and appreciate the female body without owning this game. My guy, if you posted this, you just need to go outside and get a girlfriend. Please, I beg of you. I beg you. Go somewhere else. Go somewhere and meet real people and get in a relationship. Get dumped because you're a misogynistic dipshit, and then learn from that experience, and then go out and find another partner and do better next time. The only thing people seem to give a shit about where this game is concerned is how hot the character is and the jiggle physics in the game. Memes get posted about this. Microsoft cautions developers to avoid curvy females. Nintendo, Bayonetta, PlayStation, Eva. It's just fucking 12-year-olds talking about this. It has to be, because nobody gives a shit about console war shit unless it's fucking 12-year-olds. Because I didn't give a shit about console war shit after I was fucking 12. Well, 15, 16, but I was banging the Wii drum for quite a while. Jeff Jassa says phrasing. Yeah, no, I'm not Catholic enough for fucking 12-year-olds. But then you've got posts like this, these lovely, lovely posts that try to clean up perfectly reasonably designed characters and make it seem like their designs have been improved just because they've added, like, female smolder or something to them. This one's Shadiversity. This is Shad. Again, a person I used to watch years ago and I had respect for, and that respect all died. It all died. Shad Brooks. The more that corrupted media tries to shovel crap to you that you don't want, ugly people, woke propaganda, and so on, the more AI will empower you to make what you want in spite of them. That's the future of AI technology, where one individual has the power so long as AI... This has been cropped, and I am not going to go find the original anymore. I don't need everything Shad says here. I don't need it here. But this is just somebody going through and cleaning up a bunch of video game characters so that they look more sexual, I guess. They don't like Mary Jane's face in Spider-Man, so they've made it a little more sexual. They don't like the way Katana looks in Mortal Kombat, so they've accentuated her cleavage more. So I grew up with old Mortal Kombat, and there's only really one character from old Mortal Kombat that deserves to stay hypersexualized. Like, you can sexualize any character you want. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with making sexy characters. But there's only one that needs to stay sexualized, and that's Mileena. Because a part of Mileena's story is that she is a clone of Katana and uses Tarkatan DNA to create her, and her idea of what a sexy woman is so far-flung, fucked up, and childish that it's the only way that she can cope with who she is and how she is. Like, her being over-sexualized is written into her story, so it makes perfect sense for her to be overly sexualized, because she has a childish idea of what sexy is. It's part of her story. But does Katana need it? No. Does Sonya Blade need it? No, not really. Does any other character in the game desperately need to be over-sexualized, besides Reptile for the weird people in the chat, and you know who you are? No, not really. Not really. It is just the character who has the over-sexualization written into her story. So, like, I don't think Katana needs to be more boobly. She looks perfectly fine in the spandex outfit that she's in. It doesn't leave that much to the imagination anyway. Why do you desperately need the skin? Also, yeah, Shad keeps calling himself the professional artist when he doesn't do any artwork. Also, I love the comment on here. If ugly people aren't allowed in media anymore, are you planning on shutting down your YouTube channel? Just perfect. I don't like making fun of people's looks, generally speaking, but sometimes a person says something that makes me think that, yeah, maybe it's a bit deserved. So then one of the artists who was involved with Riot Games decided to talk about this, and they did a whole thing on what it means to create the model for a character and why that matters. That's why I have this bit over here. People were going, oh my god, you can't say she's unrealistic because she's based off of an actress. We scanned this person in, and I'm going to turn off the 3D cam for the 3D print cam because we finished the 3D print for now. I'll do more on that when I'm done with the video. But here's the thing. I'm just going to go ahead and say right now, these two characters right here, the actress and then the person that is modeled after the actress, don't look anything alike. They don't look anything alike to me at all. Bust size is completely different. Face shape is kind of similar-ish. Hairstyle is completely different. The way the eyes look is completely different. Like, several parts of the curvature are just not the way they are for the original actress. And yet, people are going, no, she's realistic because it's based off of a person. But not really. And besides, I don't think anybody's saying that it's not realistic to have an attractive woman. I don't. I think the only unrealistic thing is everybody's reaction to the damn thing, thinking this game's gonna be the second coming of Christ, because it has a sexy woman with bounce physics that look like they deserve to be in a beta for Dead or Alive. And again, I don't think you can't have sexy women in a video game. I don't. Also, these screen grabs here specifically were provided to me by Miss Lacuna. For those of you who do not know, she is a mute VTuber, and you should go watch her content. She is amazing. We did collaborations in the past. But looking at all of this shit, I have to ask myself, do we even deserve a good game as gamers if this is what everybody is going to freak the hell out about? If this is the only thing that people care about is, did you make the game have an attractive character? Like, does the game look good? Is the gameplay decent? Or is it just a bunch of really smooth animations over a mediocre engine? You know that once this game comes out, it's going to be talked about for a week and then forgotten about, right? You guys realize that, right? Because that's what happens when you have this flash in the pan shit where everybody thinks, oh, wow, I disappeared completely. Huh. That's what happens when you have this flash in the pan shit where the only thing anybody cares about is that the video game has an attractive character. So the post that I wanted to look at here is this one from Michael, who did work on League of Legends, and said, case in point, I worked on the Fiora rework, and there was a shit fit had by gamers when we gave her a unique face. One that was stylized, but one that showed structure. So much of a shit fit that we had to cave into the demands. I did this paint over to make her more pretty. Now I have a question. In both of these Fiora pictures, I think they're both pretty. They're both attractive. The more angled bone structure of the bone structure is the same. It's just how prominent it is, basically. But when I think of a...
Woo.
Thank you, MC Poto. When I think of a duelist, somebody who uses a rapier to fight, which Fiora does in League of Legends, and I think of somebody who has a strict regimen for everything in their world, basically, and who is fucking stuck up as hell as a noble, which all of that does describe Fiora, I think more the left picture. The left picture perfectly encapsulates that stuck-up, arrogant, but deserving of every single piece of ego they have person. The other one, it encapsulates it too, but if I had to do it from a scale of 10, the old one does it at like a 9 or a 10 out of 10, and the new one does it at like a 6 out of 10. The new one is prettier, but it doesn't get across who Fiora is as good as the original. But the original people fucking had shit fits over. Because I guess if the girl isn't hot enough for you and you don't feel like you want to use her as a cone-shaped fleshlight, then you're not happy with the video game. Despite the fact that when you're playing League of Legends, you're not seeing this. You will never see this. This is in your loading screen for a millisecond. And then you get into your game, and you're never looking at your champion's face. You're looking at their ass. And you're looking at it from a bird's eye view of 200 feet up. And you're not even looking at your champion. You're looking at the minion. Because you should be last hitting instead of just hitting the entire wave constantly. Please, dear fucking God, last hit like a normal person. Don't just try to clear the wave constantly. I'm tired of trying to gank your fucking lane, you goddamn... I'm letting a lot of trauma seep into this, aren't I? Anyway, League of Legends is a normal game played by normal people who don't actually believe that the other people on their team deserve to have war crimes committed on them merely because they decided that breathing was something they wanted to do that day. And then there's Ranked Queue, where everything I said applies to everybody you play with, so don't play Ranked, or don't play League. I stopped playing League like 2 years ago. I don't regret that decision of not playing League anymore. Suris is a sweaty League player. When was the last time you actually played League 4 hours ago? No, I stopped playing League a while ago, and there's a part of me that wants to go back to it, but it's not strong enough to make me really want it. It's a totally normal League player here. But this idea that games are not giving us what we want as gamers anymore for one reason or another, and that we need to throw a shit fit and praise a game that just has an attractive female, despite the fact that nothing... Everybody who I've talked to who's played the demo of the game have said, it's all right. If you like Bayonetta, you might be into it. Like, that's about it. Ugh. Hoikster says, Suris, are you a sock dem or a socialist? I mean, I consider myself a socialist, but if I have to get stuff done, I know that it's gonna work more to work with Democrats in the United States. Whatever you want to put on that, I don't care. I also don't think the labels fucking matter. I think people who work should own the means of production, as opposed to a corporate taskmaster having that power over them. Whatever the fuck you want to call that, I stopped caring a long time ago. Ideological shitfucks can go fuck themselves. But, I know, this idea that a video game is going to be so amazing merely because of the animations that you will never get to play, the borderline QuickTime events, exist in the game. And that makes it great. And the Star Wars game is bad because of the female protagonist, as opposed to the fact that it has very predatory monetization and will cost you about $130 in the beginning. Stop says, don't fuck the labels, you get paper cuts. Yeah. But anyway, this just feels like a bunch of children. This feels like a bunch of children. And the worst part is that some of those children are grown adults on Twitter who... Ugh. Oh my god, and I just found out this dude is now deciding to continue to start shit over this. The Fiora post that I just looked at, I didn't even realize until this happened. When did this happen? 2 hours ago? Damn, I should stop pre-planning my topics. Apparently, more stuff develops in them as I'm here. But dude says a former Riot artist calls me out and attempts to explain why Star Wars Outlaws looks the way it does. Very long and boring post about how art is hard and scans show too much detail. I don't think that's what he said. I don't think that's what he said in that post, though. He then said he was forced to make Riot's character look more beautiful. He fought against it. And gamers are basically misogynistic because they want women with makeup, like the real-life actor wear daily, and only want jerk-off bait. That's it. That's what this entire screed boils down to. Saved you the read. Man, you didn't even actually take the post that he used. You could also just read the post. But dude is just freaking out the entire time about how video games are woke now and bad. And when somebody calls him out, and not only calls him out, but calls him out going, hey, here's the actual stuff that happens in the industry, which you should know since you're in the industry, he then doesn't actually respond to the post. He strawmans the post in his post. But don't worry. I guarantee you he's a normal person who definitely doesn't have any weird political ideologies that we have to be concerned about. Not at all. Anyway, he was on a stream recently with Stuttering Craig, and Craig, who used to be part of Screw Attack and used to be a guy I looked up to back when I was, not quite a YouTuber yet, apparently he is doing all kinds of fucking Gamergate 2 woke games bad shit now, instead of actually talking about video game mechanics. Yay. I'm so happy that everybody that I grew up watching as a kid, it turned out to be such a normal functioning human being. Just makes me so happy. And the people who made the media that I grew up with were also normal functioning human beings. Like guy who like Mark Kern, who did dev work on World of Warcraft and Diablo. And also J.K. Rowling, who definitely started doing Holocaust denialism. Despite me growing up loving Harry Potter. Normal stuff. I'm just so happy. I also didn't have background music during this video because I thought I was going to be playing Banjo Kazooie, and then I couldn't shut up. So I guess the end of the video is me transitioning to playing Banjo Kazooie. Let me know what you guys think in the comment section below. Hit the like button if you haven't already. I don't think gamers deserve human rights anymore. I say that as a gamer. Oh my god. Stop says Suris fails. Why is there a giant post on my Twitter that I can't see? Oh, okay. Because it's... Okay. J. Rodimus for 30 bits said, as a little cleanse, the Daggerfall people started their own studio and are making a game called Wayward Realms. It has a focus on diversity with its NPCs, racism, world building, and really refreshing to see some of the old heavy hitters championing that. Also, one of the original devs on the PS2, God of War, makes videos dunking on shitheads complaining about ugly women. Okay, cool. Okay. I guess we can get away from this now and move into Sanity, where we can play video games. Yeah, you got here at the end of the political stuff. Little Melly Mooncat says, why do all these Chuz arguments boil down to this is not a character I'd smash? I don't know. L. Frank Baum wrote a major recurring trans character in the Oz books before our modern concept of transness was developed. Interesting. Very interesting. Oh, I need to actually turn on the music in the game a little more. There we go. Think of how much better Banjo-Kazooie would be with boobs, but it has boobs. They're on the villain. Like, yeah, Banjo-Kazooie has boobs. They're on the villain, though. Oh, right. I can turn on the 3D print camera now. Because we need to set up the next print. That's one thing I gotta set up, actually. Where's my stickers? Those are kind of important for this job. Huh. Okay. Well, I've never lost those before. Topics are finished. Why? How did I lose a basic thing I use every day? And that I used today. How do I do that? How do I lose this shit? I'm so confused. You good, Suris? Okay, this is actually kind of genuinely concerning. Because there's no world where this thing that I use all the time should be lost. Would you lose? It's the filament cutting shears, the filament cutting scissors. That's what they are. Man. Do they fall under the printer? Nothing can be under my printer. Huh. Have you used it for anything other than filming recently? I can think of. Found them. My loving girlfriend stole them. This is what I get for being too kind. You're right. You're right. I shouldn't be so kind. Meanwhile, the filament that I'm going to be printing with is to print something off Kazooie. Look at it. See you, Felix. Okay. Pretty cool. Thank you for the hydrate stuff. Okay. There we go. Got a shrug at the Amazurg Depot. Cool. Okay. See you, stuff. Sleep well. So he says this right here? What do you mean? I'd say stream's been pretty okay, all things considered. Peak entertainment? I don't know if I'd call what I do peak entertainment. I don't know if I'd even call it entertainment. Like, it's entertainment. It's certainly content for someone. Worktainment, I guess? Yeah, entertainment's in the eye of the beholder, and if y'all care for it, then... fair enough. I feel like sometimes... the people who really like watching streams grew up in a multi-sibling household. and had to watch their sibling play video games at some point. Y'all can watch your guys on the NES. Bum, 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 bum. Fuck you, shut up and take my money. Okay, fine, I lied then, I guess. I don't know. Lucian Darkwolf says, thank you so much for playing this game. It was a favorite of mine as a kid, but I don't have a way to play it anymore. It's been nice watching you play it. If you have a phone, you can play this game again. Do you like watching people play video games? Fair. Where's that other one? Is it there? No, it can't be. If there's one problem this game has in the N64 version, it's a huge pop-in issue. Morbid Palace says, then I learned to like it. I'd even ask for it. I know we're talking about video games, but I've also read some spicy dojins that have probably said those exact words. Lucian says, not enough space for me to play on the phone. My eyes aren't the greatest. Actually, you know that they make very affordable these days projectors for phones. You can plug your phone into the projector very easily. And then you'd be able to play the game that way. Use a Bluetooth controller and have, it's like a $20 or $30 projector you can get. How's it going, Agamotto? Let's see. Really? When did they start doing that? I saw them at Walmart for $19.99 for a 720p projector, and I actually have a 720p projector that's really, really cheap and very, very good. It even has its own speakers. Gotcha, Lucian. Does it have an HDMI port? Yes. It does. You had your friends full. You had your hands full with this relevant woman I'm into would make Twitter gamers girls. Agamotto says, Suris, you look hungry, have a snack, but the snack is drywall, so maybe eat shit. Anytime, Lucian. I wish this cutscene didn't show, because it eats into your time that you can use to do this. Hell, shit, ass, fuck. That sucks. Yeah, you do have the ability to broadcast your phone to TV as well. Just have a Bluetooth controller and broadcast to your phone. Buys me a little bit of time. If you don't have a TV that supports that, then use a projector. Son of a shit! Balls ass! Okay, try it again then. Okay. If you had a personal TV, you'd likely use it as an option. But there's only the joint TV, so you'd have to wait. Tail says, I remember this one beat my ass for a bit. Fair. Let's get our health back. That's way better. Jesus. I hate that my nose is so itchy. Let's see. That wasn't supposed to happen. Where's that ginger? I hear it. That's fair, Lucian Dark Wolf. That is entirely fair. You'd like to find something very specific for something you're planning to do? Okay. God, that cutscene just eating into my time. My memory is horrible, so I hate memory games. And I'm sure this is painful for somebody to watch. We did it. It is a concentration puzzle. Okay, I need to figure out where the hell... There you are. There you are. Welcome out. Gobi's off to cool down. There we go. I guess we just do this one now, right? Man, I miss when Rare basically pumped out gold. Like, I really do miss games like this to a great degree. This is back when anything Rare made was basically considered great. Suris, they're back at it under the name Platonic. No. No. No, they're not. I'm sorry, but no. It's not the same. Like, I've played ukulele, and it feels like it really wants to be Banjo. But it's... everything's just wrong. It's like a bizarro world Banjo-Kazooie. Said Ukulele 2 is a banger? Well, I might have to give Ukulele 2 a try, but... Ukulele 1 did not, Ukulele 1 left a lot to be desired. A lot to be desired. Stress time! Okay. This music reminds me of the escape sequences in Pizza Tower. Yeah. Similar feel, to be sure. Yeah, the goal is produce anxiety. And Pizza Tower was great. Yeah, the goal was produce anxiety, and it did it. This tree looks a bit thirsty. God, he always looks so deformed after that. How's it going, Digivixen? I knew there were notes I was missing. There we go. He's so upset. I'm leaving this desert to find some peace and quiet. He's gone. Man, can we get first-person Banjo-Kazooie? So we can play Banjo in VR? Emma says, I think I'll actually call it here, but before I go, I did want to mention, because you were talking about people finding the channel entertaining or not, or the streams, rather. Okay. There we go. I should have all of the notes now, right? Absolutely, Fritz. Quick, Fortnite emote dance on it, it's fine. I'm playing the N64 version, Digivixen. Do 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 do. There we go. There we go. Oh shit, you're right. Butterfly Drac, thank you for redeeming your points for an owl. I did not catch them when they happened. Also, hey, Suris, you still owe us 2 auras? You can't prove that. Oh, then you're right, Butterfly Drac. I'm sorry. Oh well. There. They did the. I've done what I owed. I'm sure there's nothing else there, right? And there's nothing else of importance, significance, right? I can go to bed happy. Oh, was I keeping you up? Was I keeping you up? I am sorry. Fine, Morbid. You get an... you fucking degenerate. Red Joker, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? Sorry for bringing up that summer topic. It's fine. It's perfectly fine. It's over here, right? Come on, just let me do the race, buddy. Oh boy. Nope, I lost. Do you have any rules or requirements for collabs? Be an established content creator. Have a plan. See you, Emma Bedlin. Did you do this race last stream? No. I did the walrus version of this race last stream. You have to do the race twice. Once as Banjo and Kazooie and once in the walrus form. Have a plan. Have a plan. Like, if somebody just sends me a message and goes, "Hey, do you want a collab?" I'm just gonna say no. But if they go, "Hey, so there's this topic I wanted to talk about, or this video I wanted to do a response on," and I think that together we'd be able to tackle it. Now I've got some meat to work with. Sounds fair. Yeah, I just... do your due diligence to be a streamer, be a content creator, doing something. Don't just be like, I want to start out streaming, and I want to start out with a collab with this content creator. No content creator is going to do that, generally. A few might. But generally speaking, they're gonna look into you and go, "Hey, what do you do? How long have you done it for? Is this worth the time investment?" Perfect. I think I may get this Jiggy and the Bubble Gloop Swamp Jiggy. And that'll be it for me. By the way, I miss hub worlds. Like platformers that actually have really intricate hub worlds like this, where the hub world is a level in and of itself. God, I miss this shit like this. You know what game had an amazing hub world? For no good reason. Diddy Kong Racing. That game had no business having a hub world, let alone the expansive one it did. Like, shit was crazy. You know, as a kid, I never saw a level in Donkey Kong 64. I only ever managed the hub world. So I don't like Donkey Kong 64. I want to like it. Big slide. The shit's delicious, by the way. I remember being a kid when these worlds felt so massive, and now they feel very, very tiny. That begs the question, Fritz, what's the plan for tomorrow? The very first time he transforms you, and usually only in Bubble Gloop Swamp. There we go. This minigame always stressed me out, yeah. Oh, come on. His ass got in the way. Fuck shit. Alright. I hated that it was 3 games. Mulligan, thank you for the follow. Come on. Oh my god, why are there none? Why did none of them? What? Why? Mulligan, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? What were you doing? is he like this? I hate him. God, fucking jerk off. You're breaking into Grunty Industries? Oh, God, I wish I liked Banjo Tooie more. I loved it more as a kid. But Tooie is like too big for its own good? I know Mr. Vile does rubber banding, and that makes him particularly hard to deal with. Shit. I wish he didn't cheat. Oh, fucking shite! God, I hate him. All right, fucker, let's go. Finally! God, I hate him so much. No, no. Fucking hell. You want to cook the crocodile? No, you don't get to cook the crocodile. He's just a... Oh, I hate him so much. If there's one thing... I love N64 games. But if there's one thing they all do that I fucking hate, it is rubber banding. Rubber banding is a goddamn crime. And I do not appreciate it in any way, shape, or form. Axel says if you hate him, let us eat him. Alright, the only things left are the hardest levels in the game. I guess Mad Monster Mansion isn't hard. Rusty Bucket Bay is a pain in the ass, though. Flintlock Wood is like... If I had to live in a Banjo world, it would be Click Clock Wood. That is like ideal scenic shit. Alright, and as much as I want to keep playing, I've got magic content that needs to be done, and I need to make that stuff. So I think we accept that we've gotten all of the backtrack jiggies, we've gotten all of the powers. Now the only thing that's left for us to take care of is the last 3 levels of the game. Which I think we could probably do all of those levels next stream. Which should be tomorrow. It depends on what happens with laying flooring and other stuff. Actually, Fritz, that begs a question. How difficult do you think it would be to get flooring down in the room we just like carved out? I wouldn't think it's the hardest thing in the world, but the glue going down would basically mean we can't use the room for now. So like, it's not happening right now, but it definitely ain't happening right now. All right. On that note, we are done with Banjo-Kazooie for now. We will get back to it tomorrow. And Subathon will begin. Well, no, we can take the furniture back out of it. We shoot part of the room at a time. Would it be easiest then to start with the closet? I get everything out of the closet, and we just put the glue down in the closet, wall the closet off for a second, and then get the flooring down in the closet. And then at least the closet part's done, and we can use it as a place to start moving things in. All right. With that said, let's figure out where we are going. Let's figure out where we're going. It's time. There's where we're going. She is awake. Perfect. So, you know, because as soon as I'm done with my work stuff, me and Saki are going to take care of other things. So, like, I don't want to send to Saki knowing that everybody is going to leave that in, like, a little bit. Be a lot better if we could start on the main wall so our lines are straight. Okay, fair enough. But yeah, we're going to Lululand. Thank you all for showing up, everybody.